Welcome to the third 24-hour podcast. I have no idea why I'm doing this outside of desperation. I'm kidding. um, what I'm realizing is the thing that is even sexier than going viral and getting thousands of people to watch your content or something that you shared, something that's even sexier than going viral is being able to do this year in and year out, have longevity, and to be able to say that since 2019, I'm still consistently creating videos that are performing more or less the same. And as I progress in my career, I realize how important that is. So thank you so much to all of you who have been along this journey with me. I intend to continue to do this for a very, very long time. So I'm joined by my guest host, Ellie Santra, an incredible singer, incredible entertainer. But today, what we're going to focus on for the next 24 hours is a lot about
Branding.
branding. I hate like when those influencers or people on social media say, I've documented my journey and I want to talk about my journey. It's like, no, you guys really don't care
No
about
one
it.
cares if they don't know who you are. I don't care about your random journey, random person.
Yeah, but you do know who I am, Ellie. What is something that maybe the audience doesn't know about me, but you've had the ability to experience?
Oh my gosh. Okay. Wow. Something the audience doesn't know about you.
Yeah, they don't really get. Give them something juicy.
Hmm.
Yeah, don't make it too
Okay.
inappropriate.
No. I will say, I think one of the things is that you're very intuitive and insightful with, I don't know, maybe your audience does know that. But like just meeting you firsthand, I was like, okay, who is this goofy guy with the painted nails? But like you have a deeper side to you and a more serious side, and you care more than you give off. So
Oh, thanks.
I
And
think
I think that all of those elements are so important when you're crafting a message for, when it comes to your marketing or social media is going deep. And I think that that's something that I've really learned in my journey, and we're going to be going deeper into that. I know that we have Sam, and we're gonna get into it in a moment. But what I wanted to do in the next 24 hours is
I
I
thought
want all of you that are entrepreneurs, people that aspire to be business owners, people that are considering quiet quitting, people that you know maybe you feel a little bit lost, maybe you do want to take that shot and have create a business of your own, because that's what I did when I was fired 2 years ago, more or less. It's coming up soon. I felt paralyzed. I knew that I had a skill. I knew that I was good at a thing, but I'd never been a business owner before. I'd never collected invoices. I'd never, put together SOPs or any of that stuff. I had no knowledge of business whatsoever. So many people are so gifted at a craft or a skill, but they don't have the business mindset to support it. So, what I want to take you all through in the next 24 hours, so that means all of you get your pens and papers out. If you have an idea for a business, or if you currently are a business owner, you're early in your process. My goal within the next 24 hours is to help you come up with and craft your business idea, give you a way of generating leads through Owwll, through the Owwll app, and then everything that happens from the moment that you make contact with somebody all the way to the point of sale. I'm going to completely demystify it. It costs nothing. It's absolutely free. And not only that, but we're going to have a bunch of amazing guests that are going to be joining in, sharing their specific expertise so that you can get that guidance and grow as a business owner if that's the journey that you're starting. So let's get things going. I know that we got somebody behind the scenes. I know that we're going to start doing the intro with Jason. He's going to tell us a little bit about Owwll 2.0, because this is going to be highly, highly relevant. Why am I such a big fan of Owwll? I'll share this, and I don't get paid to be here. You can check our books. The reason
We
why
pay you in Celsius, John.
yeah, okay. Yeah, baby in Celsius.
Come
But
on.
the reason why I come here, this reason why I'm doing this 24 hours again with Jason is because I am the biggest fan. I'm the biggest believer in this. It's generated the most important leads in my business directly Okay. So that's why if you are a business owner and you keep struggling with generating quality leads, you have absolutely no excuse. You've known me since 2019. You know that I shoot it straight and I'm legit when it comes to this kind of stuff. I don't have an ask. So I'm telling you guys that if you want to generate leads within the next 24 hours, it is imperative that you download Owwll, because we're going to be taking calls with experts and you guys are going to get your chance to ask these experts questions. So if you're complaining, oh, this person's consulting fee is too expensive, well, hey, what if this person is online with us and you get your chance to ask the question? It's first come, first serve. So if you don't already have it downloaded, you're going to miss your chance. I guarantee it. Isn't that right, Jason?
That is right. Isn't there a special code that they get $10?
What?
I think it's
You didn't
music.
know
It
that.
is
I think it's
music.
music.
No, I think
Yeah.
it's Mountain.
Not this again.
Or it could be our guest coming on Future. That's his referral.
All right. So the next
Wait,
24
no,
hours,
I have
we're
this.
going to make it a
If
contest.
you use the code music, you can request any song that you want to hear. and
Oh,
I will
that's
sing
ridiculous.
It.
If
So
you
put it in the
if
comments.
you request Mountain, I will star in any video with you. How about that?
Oh my God.
So support me.
I don't know if
These are
that's. I don't know.
And,
if he's
and
gonna-
whoever gets the most, Jason.
Oh yes, I like
We're-
this.
we're-
Jason will
This
give
is
us
what the day is going
us
to be about. It's going to be
$100.
about bets, putting people to the test. I like this. So whoever wins that,
Yeah.
we're going to $1 Million Weekend this weekend, and I in front of everyone will
Mountain.
announce the
Subliminal
winner and
message.
give you guys a $100 gift card. $100 gift
Yeah,
card.
100.
Outside
$100
Owl,
gift card.
outside
Music,
of
music.
Owl.
Okay, but
or
what's
Mountain.
different is if you get the
Sam,
$100
if you're watching, you can get in on this too. Future, right? But you're gonna have to
No.
fly. You're gonna have to fly.
What's
down
his?
South Florida. His is Future. Good.
Future. I like
Oh.
that.
And
Okay.
just so you know, you get a customer referral code if you become a brand ambassador.
That was sweet. So tell us about Owwll 2.0, because I
Yes.
mean, I feel like that's kind of what inspired a lot of this.
It is a
By
lot of
injury
sacrifices,
and all that,
and
yeah.
and pretty much today's going to be unique, right? We launched 2 weeks ago, Owwll 2.0, and I put my heart and soul into it. Of course, it's been
Bank
a long
account.
4 years. My bank account. I had to sell a lot of assets to get here, and everyone has told me I'm absolutely crazy for going this distance, right? Most people say, hey, you did a year and a half, like quit, right? If it's not fully working, I'm like, no, that's not how apps work. You have to keep fixing it, getting feedback from people, and it takes a lot of time. And I wasn't willing to throw in that towel. So people often say, like, you know, how do you keep going? I go, you got to be obsessed, right? Obsessed that you know that you're on the right track and ignore the noise. How many people have got in my head with feedback, sarcasm, scams, I mean, threats, right? Behind the scenes, like, I get all these emails from Al. I still check the inbox every single week. And you know what? I have to wake up and realize, hey, these are just, you know, people that don't fully understand what we're trying to achieve here, to impact millions and millions of lives in the future, to connect easier and to build authentic relationships. Right now, we are just seeing a mess on social media, right? Just there's no authenticity anymore. Everyone's faking until you make it. And it's just, you know, there's got to be something better out there. And that's why I built Owwll, to just give people the ability to have one-on-one conversations. And really, like you said, like, you know, when we look at your business, what kind of grows your business? It's those relationships and it's those leads, right? And Owwll does all of that under the sun. And today is so cool because I have all these rewards, right? 8:30 this morning, check our newsletter or check our Instagram account at Owwll App. And I've never done this before.
Oh,
right?
shit.
All these different contests. Like, you refer 5 people, you get a $50 extra bonus in your Owwll account. If you join this live stream, I'm going to be in the behind the scenes just giving out money on Owwll dollars. Like, I'm going to pick comments and be like, that was an awesome comment, $10 to that person.
And, you know,
Right.
as much as like these rewards are valuable, I truly think the biggest thing is like the free consultation for your business, or for $1, if that's what your price is. That is the thing.
Yes.
That's the biggest takeaway. Like, I've been using Jonathan
Yeah.
for my business. And you know, it's there through Owwll, obviously that's how
Yeah.
we met. And there's nothing more valuable than that, because knowledge is power, knowledge is money. So
And your network is your,
net worth.
there we go. There we
Oh,
go.
hey now.
And Jonathan
She's
doesn't even
warm-
know. We
warming
put an
up.
extra bet out there, the VIP access to $1 Million Weekend this Saturday and Sunday. John, did you know what I put? Did you read the post that I put out today at 8:30?
You know I don't read anything.
He was
you
busy
post.
working on my website and his other client
Yeah,
who's here
so-
today. Both of our websites at like 11:30 p.m. last night.
Oh, we
So
were
we
dedicated.
were working. We were
So the
we were
most
not preparing.
referrals to the app in the next 24 hours, from 9 to 9, get a meet and greet with you, Jonathan. $1 million weekend. I'm gonna pay for the ticket, $249. But
there we go.
I obviously said, if you're not in South Florida, right, travel is not on me. But if you get down here, I will pay for your ticket. And it's a huge event with one of our partners, Cindy Metzler, and it's going to be a phenomenal event. So I'm like, why not make the VIP that, most referrals get to really meet you?
You
right?
can
They're
literally
gonna
be in
call
Miami,
in
Florida
and
in a
talk
week
to
from
you
now.
today.
Yes.
Just make sure technically that you guys with your referrals, you are giving out your code. Not everybody has custom codes like music. But
Yes.
make sure that when you are on your profile, you'll see underneath of your picture when you go to the hamburger menu, a little code with a bunch of letters and numbers. I don't know if we can put it up on the
A
screen
little later, I'll do a little demo.
So
When we
make
start
sure
taking
that
Owwll calls,
you
it's a
don't
good
just
idea.
say download Owwll, but make sure that you say you must use my referral code or no one's going to know that it was you.
They get $10, you get $10.
Boom, boom.
Boom, boom.
There we go.
Side note. Anyway, continue.
I love it. All right.
Okay, well, we're going to get the
Let's
show
get
started.
started.
I'm going to have Sam Swirsky join the room in a moment, who has, helped Owwll incredibly, right? He's jumped in, and really supported us from day one. He always believed in the mission. He's done a lot with big creators like Alex Hermosi and helped his account on LinkedIn get into the top 5 with views and comments and likes, whatever it is these days, right? That we get out all these posts, right? Hopefully this data is accurate. And, he believes in what we are doing. So I've gotten real close with Sam in the last 2-3 months. And he's going to come on here and talk about how to leverage LinkedIn, how to find clients on LinkedIn, and all these little tips that we sometimes don't really know that's happening behind the scenes, right? When to post, how many characters, let's say, you should be posting. Are emojis good? Are emojis bad? Right? Are hashtags good? Are hashtags bad?
Like,
Whatever
are
it
you
might be.
kidding me?
There's so much.
Are you
So-
kidding me right now, Jason? Alex Hormozi, I don't care what anybody tells you. I feel like I'm a top marketer, and Alex Hormozi is the Bible that all of us read out of. And our first guest on the Owwll podcast is his social media guy on LinkedIn where you're watching it.
Yes.
This is how we're starting, guys. So I really hope you
I
stick
know.
around.
Value.
There we
Right,
go.
guys, you're gonna get 45 minutes. Sam and you guys are gonna talk,
And then
right?
and then they get to ask their questions.
and bring out the realness.
Oh,
what
we
is
were
it?
bringing-
I don't want 101 questions.
Oh, no,
with
no,
Sam.
no,
I don't
no,
want to be
we're
like,
going deep.
when,
Not like, how do you-
posting. How do you get
yeah.
likes? I want to be like, cut the bullshit. What were
Right.
you doing with Alex? How
Tactics,
really give
Yes.
me
Even
the details?
tangible, tactical stuff you could apply today.
Like
Yes,
you
look at
asked me earlier for something people might not know about you, and I
Yeah.
couldn't think of a good answer because I was tired and you put me on the spot. But I was thinking about it, and just like as we go into this LinkedIn to LinkedIn experts, like what is it really like behind the scenes? I'm kind of thinking about how you were about to post the other day, and you got like really anxious and really nervous. You're like, oh my god, what if people don't like it? Oh my god, I hope I get comments. And it's like,
I had to call
that
him out.
shit
guys.
never ends. That shit never ends, guys.
Oh, it
Like,
doesn't.
whether you're
It gets worse.
whether you're a
It gets
CEO
worse.
of a company or, thousands of followers on LinkedIn, like that is part of the process, no matter what stage you're in. So I just like
That
want to
was cool to
share
share.
that
On
that-
both sides.
yeah.
I've seen him, coach people through. He's really good at it. He's like, hey, you just got to post. You got to, don't
Yeah.
worry about it. And then the other side, I had to be your coach last week. I was like, Jonathan, I just heard you screaming out at one of your customers and clients, like, don't worry about it. You got to put this out.
Yeah.
And then I'm like, wait, he's in the other position. So it's,
Yeah.
the point is,
it
we're
never
all
goes
human.
away.
We are all humans, right?
Yeah.
And Sam's going to talk about
Humans.
how Alex Hermosi is a human as well.
No, he's not. But
I
I'd
don't
love
know.
love for him to challenge.
We
him.
don't
Is he
know if it is.
AI? I don't.
Well,
AI might
Sam,
be
I'm
close.
bringing you in. So I know you're in the waiting room. So sit tight and I'm going to come get you.
All right, let's get started.
All right. I guess am I out of here now?
You can go. Yeah.
Yeah.
11. Tell him 11.
Manny 11?
Manny 11. Yep. Sam, are you joining us, buddy?
Yeah, that was a lot of hype. I don't know if I can live up to that.
You can more than handle it. I'm nothing in comparison to Hormozi, I'm sure. Dude, well, first off, I fucking love this guy. I love Sam. Sweetest, gentlest energy in person. Just a very, very kind-hearted guy. But I feel like one of the things that makes Sam special is attention to detail. It's the nuance. It's little nuances, little details. Like, to me, that's one of the things that makes Sam special. So I'm so happy to have him join us here first. So Sam, first and foremost, like social media, we find ourselves here. You've worked with some big experts. Like, why don't you tell us about your journey? Because none of us started thinking that we'd make careers
Sure.
out of this. So take us
I mean,
through it really quick.
if you want, like, I'll kind of, I'll break it all down. We've got 24 hours here, right? So I guess it's okay if I share the long version, right?
Yeah. Take the scenic route, my friend. Take the scenic route.
Well, I got started on LinkedIn about 4.5 years ago or so. I had a couple of brothers. I have a mostly blue collar background, right? Like, I don't come from the corporate world or anything like that. I don't have a college degree, basically anything. And a couple of my brothers were like, Sam, you should get going on LinkedIn. I was like, LinkedIn? I was like, what the heck am I going to talk about on LinkedIn? I have no idea. No, I had almost
said all of us.
So few connections. I had no idea. I didn't have like an alumni base from school or from work or anything to connect to. And I got on there. I was like, well, I don't know what I'm doing, but maybe if I just try to learn as much about the platform as I possibly can, and then try to be as encouraging to everyone as I possibly can, somehow that'll work out. And little did I know that was like the magic bullet. That was probably the best strategy that I could have done. And I just kind of happened upon it. So I started doing that. I started getting recognized, I guess, by some bigger names, even though I was much smaller. And, in some ways I used it to help my brand, but Justin and Jennifer Welsh reached out and asked me to help with their community. So I got to work with them for a bit. And that was really me as a guy who didn't really know anything. Getting to work with them.
Think, like, when you started to experience a little bit of the momentum and people started recognizing you and all of those things, like, I feel like I kind of know what you did, but I think it'd be really useful to the audience. Like, tell them, like, what do you think were those initial things that started to get you noticed?
Well, I had this one article. I had this idea. I was like, there's all these people who got started on LinkedIn. Where did they really come from? How did they really get their momentum going? So I took on this massive project where I went through and I took, I think, about 10 fairly big LinkedIn creators. Justin Welsh was one of them. Jonaed Iqbal, who's going to be on the stream later today, was another. And I said, let me go back. And I went all the way through their post to the very beginning. And I said, okay, well, how many times did it take them to post before their post blew up? How many times did it take them to
You gotta be kidding me. That's fascinating.
No, it was a massive project. It took a while. So I put all this together in an article, and it was really cool. I had some people that I was a big fan of, like Justin Welsh or Madeline Mann, and they showed up and commented on my post. And this is me when I'm like just starting out. And it got me some attention, and it was just, I don't know, it was just kind of a fortuitous thing. You got to put in the work, and sometimes a post takes like 15 minutes, and then I know this above maybe anyone, Jonathan. I can't even imagine how many times you had to shoot and edit those videos that you would post on Mondays, where literally everyone in the entire LinkedIn community was just waiting for, like, nobody even cared about who else was posting. They're just like, when is the next Jonathan Palmer video coming out? And I was one of those guys.
What? And just because, like, I want to make this, and Sam, our hearts, like, we want to share as much value as possible. Like, I want to share this. Those videos that I created in 2020 and 2021 are still feeding me today. I still get thousands of views on those videos as if it were YouTube. Yes, I still get leads from those videos on LinkedIn. Yeah.
That's amazing. Good for you.
I'll take you guys behind the scenes to look at my profile when we get to it, but it's I still generate thousands of impressions from videos years ago. And
I would love to see those videos. I bet a lot of them are still relevant.
We're gonna have to talk about that. Sam, can I tell you, since this is the beginning, I'm gonna tell a little story, and it's gonna blow a lot of people's minds. Can I share that? Can I indulge you for 2 minutes? Because it's very behind the scenes. When I created my LinkedIn profile, I was working for my dad's company. I was a forensic accountant at the time, and when I was like thinking about like high level, what I want to do, what I want my brand to be about, I've always loved Andy Warhol, Lady Gaga. They're performance artists. right? So I thought, how funny would it be to like play the parody of an influencer, right? So I start like giving all of this like really bad algorithm advice, but then people start liking my post. And then all of a sudden they take my completely bullshit cockamamie algorithm advice that I made up on the fly and they start applying it. And then what I start noticing is my bullshit advice, because enough people are doing it, it actually works.
Wow.
So it
But then
didn't
was there
last
a point
long.
where you started to make the videos real?
And then I started making the videos
Yeah,
real. Then I
right.
started saying to myself, oh, wait a second. I think I found something good, but I'm going to get caught eventually. So it better be decent advice. And then it got
Yeah.
better. But I remember, like, in all honesty, the way that I got my big blow up was giving out like just made up algorithm advice, making it a joke, like I'm a parody account. But
Yeah.
then people started to believe it. And then I got in trouble. So I had to
It works. No, it works. I remember when Brock Pearson first came on the scene. You know, he's Luke Matthews' cousin.
Is he a real person? Can we confirm that, Sam?
I'm like 98% sure that he's a real person. I've had conversations with him, and if it's Luke Matthews just pretending to be Brock Pearson,
Oh, it's the greatest.
like,
It's
well
the greatest
done,
troll
Luke
of all
Matthews.
time.
Well done. Like you, if it's just the longest running prank of all time, then you know, hey, props. But
Kudos
that's what
to
he
you,
was
man.
doing
Yeah.
kind of from the get-go. And I remember looking at him like right when he came on the scene, and I tagged him in a post, and I said, this guy is gonna blow up. This guy is gonna be one of the biggest creators. And then he did blow up, and he made a post later on. He's like, you were the very first person to tag me in a post. And I was like, I mean, probably the president, right? But I was like, whoa, like that's crazy. So yeah, you know, you just, even if it's parody, I think you can do parody while coming off as authentic. Right? So like it still works.
It does, especially on a place like LinkedIn. Let's talk about that, because like for me, it's always looking for like what's missing, what's gonna capture people's attention, what's different, right? And we can touch on that in a moment, but that's the thing about following trends. I never really believed in the idea of following the trend, because I'm like, I'm always going to be in second place. I'm always going to be falling kind of behind. But yeah, just never really resonated with me. But just for the sake of time, I want to get back to your story, Sam. So you start capturing some attention. You put this article out there, and then what happens next?
Yeah. So Justin and Jennifer Welsh had a LinkedIn community. They asked me to come on as their community manager, and that was just an amazing experience to do. I think they saw that I was treating my own community on LinkedIn kind of like as a community. And that's really like, if you want to be successful on LinkedIn, taking your own little community seriously. Like we have all this stuff like school and all of these online communities now, but your first community is just the people that are on your own posts, and just responding to those people and getting them to engage with each other and kind of go in that route. So I was able to work with them in that capacity, and just things just kept snowballing. You know, I had, right when I kind of launched, right when I first started.
Good morning, Bill.
What?
I said good morning, Bill. I'm kind of keeping up with the comments a little bit.
Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, I have a few people to say hello to as well. Hey, Gabe, good to see you.
What's up, Gabe?
Quite a few people.
Thanks for jumping in, buddy.
Zach Wilson, got some really cool people here. Paul, yeah. But I was going and got to work with Justin and Jennifer. That was amazing. Right when I started, I had this goal. I was like, look, LinkedIn, I'm going to put a 10-year commitment in to LinkedIn. And I was influenced a bit by this guy, Adam Posner, and you know Adam. Adam always talked about the long game in his posts, and I was like, that's me. I'm gonna be all in on the long game. So I'm like 4.5 years, which is crazy to think. I'm like 4.5 years into it, 10-year commitment. I'll reevaluate after then. I still feel like I'm in LinkedIn in a lot of ways, because there's people who have been here 10 or 15 years. But it's just you put in that consistent effort, you keep going, and stuff just works. And so I was building up a little ghostwriting business and just trying to, I had regular jobs kind of throughout that, but I just kept trying to focus in on LinkedIn as much as I could. And then as far as working with the Hormozis, they had put out a post saying that, hey, we're looking for a LinkedIn brand strategist. And I looked at that. I was like, whoa, that's insane. It got a ton of attention. I'm pretty sure they got probably around 1,000 applicants or something because it was a public kind of thing. And I thought there's no way I'm going to be qualified for this, because even though I know LinkedIn pretty well, I wasn't nearly as big of a creator as a lot of other people that were, I think, looking into it. So I said, let me just make a post about it and just advertise it to my audience and tag some people and just see if I can help somebody else get the job, because that would be really cool. So I did that, and the post did pretty well. And then about a week or two later, I get a message in my inbox, and it's from their recruiter. He's like, hey, I was looking at your profile. I was wondering if you'd be interested. And can you hear anything on my side, or is it all good? There's some background.
Oh, dude, you're lovely. But while you're saying this, just because this is how my ADD brain works, and for people that are just tuning in right now, we are joined by a legend. This guy has worked at acquisition.com with Alex and Layla Hormozy, helping them with their branding, community management on LinkedIn. So just to get them caught up. So you kind of built up your own thing. You put out a post, you saw an opportunity, and then you got a response. Do you think that putting out the post was really important to getting that attention?
Here's the crazy thing. Okay, so I was working for Taslim at the time. Taslim,
another legend.
I don't even know how to say his last name. We just call him Taz on LinkedIn. Everyone just calls him Taz. He's just an amazing guy. And so I was working for Taz. I was kind of his community strategist for an online community that he has, and I think he still has. So people should check it out. But I was in that, and I think that was part of the reason why Frank reached out to me. So he reached out to me, and I was like, yeah, this is amazing. And I just thought, okay, he just wants to hire me or can potentially hire me. So I meet with him, and I meet with Caleb Ralston, and Caleb Ralston is this big figure, kind of in the media, personal branding world. He had worked for Gary Vaynerchuk, and now he was the brand, the creative director for Alex and Layla.
Oh, I know exactly. Yeah.
He's done some really cool interviews, and I was stoked. I was like, this is one of my. I had been following this guy for a while because I was a huge fan of everything the Hormozys and acquisition.com was doing, still am, and so I was meeting with them, and I was basically treating it like an interview, and they interrupted me. They're like, well, we were interested if you're interested, but also if you have any people that you want to suggest. So I was kind of embarrassed. I was like, oh, okay. They wanted me to kind of promote other people as well. So I said, look, and they're like, but you should definitely apply. So I said, okay, I'm going to take about a week. I took about a week, and I just scoured all of my connections, and I qualified people, actually asked them if they were interested in the job, really big name creators. And if I said some of their names, I don't want to I don't want to say too much if people don't want me to mention their names, but got them to apply. And it was probably 10 to, I think it was around 15 people, really. And I was getting a lot of compliments from the recruiter, Frank. They actually sent me a cake.
No way.
From this fancy company, just to thank me for kind of doing this recruiting based more or less on the side for them. And that was just a big thing. And then after I submitted all these people, then I applied. So I did all this stuff, and then I applied. I'm like, okay, I know who I'm up against, so I better deliver. And I just went all in a way, I've never worked that hard. I think, I've worked hard plenty of times, but I worked tremendously hard on just over delivering on everything. I took the job description, and this super helpful hint for anyone who's trying to find a job. If someone's hiring for a job, there's a theoretical question that they're trying to ask, and they want to know, can you do the job? And so all the interview, all the application, all that stuff is for you to be able to answer a theoretical question. And if you can make the question non-theoretical, that's the way to get the job. So I just put out the job description. I just went line by line, explained how I would do everything. And then I did a ton of extra projects to show that I could do that stuff. So it wasn't a hypothetical question anymore. And I ended up getting hired, and it was insane. It was insane to be following this company. And throughout the process, at one point I asked Frank, I was like, so, you know, did this post that I made helped? And I sent him the post. Here's what Frank told me. He said, I didn't even realize that you had made that post. He didn't even know. He didn't know that I had made this big post advertising the position. So it just goes to show that if you're trying to get in good with people and you do stuff without even trying to get the credit, but how much more do you think it helps him think highly of me in order to get the job? And I asked him later, I said, hey, so how was the competition? Like, you know, who was I up against? How close was it? And he said, Sam, there was nobody even close for the position.
Wow. Now, Sam, I love this because I feel like this is something that, you know, like that it's like one of those like top 1% qualities, right? And for most people, like they'll just never understand it. You know, the amount of extra work that you did without a single promise of success, right? And I mean, you're putting hours. You have a 10-year plan that you're 4.5 years into. You know, that takes a lot of faith. It takes a lot of hope. It takes a lot of confidence in your own abilities, and your ability to execute is probably what you rest on a little bit. Can you walk us through this from somebody that, you know, like it just doesn't have that level of commitment or dedication, especially in a time like now when we have so many distractions? Like, how are you able to channel out all of that energy and take that risk? Like, where do you get that motivation from? Where do you find that internal mechanism to overcome that, you know, and do it anyways, even without a sight of success? You have no promise.
That's a really good question. You're a fantastic interviewer, by the way.
Thanks,
it's just a pleasure to be here. So Alex Hormozy has this quote about the traits of highly successful people. And I would like to aspire to that quote, basically. And two of the parts of that are highly successful people. Basically, they have a little bit of arrogance, right? Where they think that, hey, I can do, you know, I'm basically better than everyone else in my field. I can accomplish this, and you know, nothing's going to stop me. But then on the other side of that, people think I'll never be enough. All of my efforts won't attribute to nearly as much as I want to accomplish. And so it's kind of this juxtaposition where I think there's a lot of people, and I think you're included in this. I think there's a lot of people who don't even think of themselves in this way, but they're just going to go all out, even if they don't think they have a chance of success. And I cannot even tell you how many times I was beating myself up during that interview process of just like, look, I can't not do this. And I'll share a story from when I was a kid. And some people will get upset because we live in this age where you have to coddle little kids and stuff. But I was training with my dad and my brothers on this bike race for this bike race. It was called the MS 150. And look, you know, I realize I'm not a guy who looks like he goes on incredibly long bike races, bike rides. It was 186 miles from Houston to Austin in 2 days. And we were training for this ride. And
what time of the year? Because it gets hot over there.
I think it was like March or April or something. It wasn't too bad. Yeah, if we had done it in the summer, I would have just died. But we were training for this ride, and we went. There's like a bio that had a series of trails, and about 10 miles or so. And I was halfway through a ride, and my back. I'd always had problems with my back when I was a kid. My back just a lot of problems with it, and my back was really, really hurting. And you know, I just kind of got off on the side of the road. I was kind of crying a little bit. I was around maybe 14 or 15 years old or something like that. So
wow, dude, and you're like,
I was just
you're
upset
young
I was
too,
like, look,
man.
I'm not going to be able to go on this big ride with my dad and my brothers, and it's just really upsetting. And my dad told me, he's like, Sammy, that's what my family calls me, is Sammy. So if you know me really well, you can call me Sammy, and I won't get upset. But yeah. He said, Sammy, I know that if you really put your mind to something, you can do anything. And I was really inspired by that moment. I was like, you know, let me get back into this. I finished the ride. My back, for some reason, didn't hardly hurt at all. I was able to go and do the big bike ride, 186 miles, 2 days, extremely grueling kind of challenge. And then ever since then, I'm like, okay, like, look, people say that I'm a super hard worker. I will admit I am a somewhat lazy person. Okay. I'm a somewhat, I try to find the easiest ways to do everything. Okay.
But you're the kind of guy that still puts in a lot of reps. You know what I mean? So yeah,
but when I'm really concentrated on something, I will put in that work to do that thing. And that's how I was thinking for that job application. I had a friend, Ty Shane, that was hanging out with me in Utah at the time. He's a super encouraging guy. Shout out to him. Does omni-channel marketing if you want to go look into it. But yeah, thanks for the question. It was just you just got to go, even if you don't believe something's going to work. Like that's the only way anyone achieves anything amazing is you have to do something that you've never done before. And even though there's that voice in the back of your head that's saying, hey, this is never going to work. Like you can have that voice and still do the work. You can have the self-doubt.
Either way, the time's going to pass, you know?
Yeah.
And okay, so now this is the big question before we go over to some questions from the audience, and we're going to start doing some Owwll calls shortly, and then we'll get into Simon, who was here with me in Amsterdam when it all went down. He'll be joining us soon, my best buddy. But in the meantime, Sam, I gotta ask the big tough questions. It's got nothing to do with Hormozy. It's got everything to do with Sam, the man, the person. I'm fascinated by one thing. I feel like this Hormozy job, acquisition.com, was kind of like a breakthrough moment for you, but I know that there was a lot of work on the other side of that. There was years and years of commitment and effort and long nights and tears and all of it, I'm sure. How did people treat you differently after you started working with Alex? And what was that like for you? I will on camera admit I treat Sam differently after he started working with Alex and Layla. I'm going to admit that. I'm human. But I wonder what that felt like for you. I feel like it's a beautiful thing because it's a reflection of all of the hours and the labor and the effort that you put in. You're finally being rewarded. I don't think it's inherently wrong. But I wonder what that experience was like for you, for people to all of a sudden think you're amazing. It's like, hey, I've been here this whole time. So do you mind indulging me a little bit?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. And I don't think that many people treated me like nobody was treating me rudely before, right? Nobody was a jerk to me.
You're such a nice guy.
And I think people were just impressed. They were just impressed and like, okay, hey, because for the most part, I think I was already a likable figure on LinkedIn. Right.
Right. I think so. Yeah. Of course.
A little bit of a people pleaser sometimes. I think I was a likable figure. So I think in general, I think people like me. But yeah, it was kind of a shift. And when I was working for them, I had people reaching out. I think people wanted to work with me and stuff. And I was just all in on acquisition.com and working for the Hormozys that I really didn't take on hardly any other side projects whatsoever. And part of that is even now, I refer people to them all the time. They have this awesome business conference that they do in Vegas. If you have a business where you're making maybe 7 figures or more, you should look into it. It's just incredible. But yeah, it was a difference for sure. People just start paying attention to posts that otherwise I don't think they would have really paid attention to before. And it was a good feeling to just kind of, you work so hard on something for so long, and it kind of comes around. But I think there's, even me, I do this too, but you look on LinkedIn, you look on social media, and it's easy to justify why people are doing well. Like, oh, well, that person is doing well because they had a viral post, or that person is doing well because of who they worked with, or that person is doing well because, they got mentioned with this other creator or something like that, or they work at this job, this company. Almost anyone that you can say that about on LinkedIn, they caught one lucky break after working super diligently for years, right? So you can't cast any shade or anything like that. And thankfully, I don't think I had many people. Maybe they were talking about me behind my back, but I don't think I had anyone tell me like, oh yeah, the only reason you're doing well is because you're working for the Hormozys. So even now, probably most of my business that comes about is because people reach out to me like, oh, you work for the Hormozys. I want you to do the same thing for me. I'm like, okay, hold up. Hold up. Alex is the same way, right? I mean, you asked me like how people treat me when people found out I got that job. Well, Alex, he was working on his brand for years and years and years. In fact, if you go on his Facebook, his old Facebook page, and you just scroll down, right, you just see these posts that didn't get a ton of engagement or anything like that. Layla too, they were just working on their brands for years and years and years before they, took off, right? So it happens eventually. You have to have that long game mentality. So that's a long drawn out answer to your question, but
no, but it was so good. And it just demonstrates that like these people are committed. They did it for a long time, and it still takes a lot of effort, because a lot of times, of course, we can look at something and say, oh, here's the formula, and this is the reason why it's working so well for them. But for them to arrive to that formula takes a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of patience. Is there anything before we go over to taking some of the in-person call, not in person, but some of the Owwll calls? Is there anything that you would recommend in terms of content, like something a little bit more tactical,
Sure.
less in theory, where you can level up your content a little bit, make it more engaging, have better hooks? Anything that you recommend?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many amazing people to follow on LinkedIn. Yourself, Luke Matthews. I listen to people like Andy Foote. He was the first guy that I really started following when I got started on LinkedIn. John Asperian. There's a ton of Karen Tisdale. There's a ton of amazing LinkedIn experts out there. Just go and look around and find people who have actually been around for a while, who actually get engagement on their posts. Most people who are LinkedIn experts get actual engagement with their stuff because they have a community. If you see someone who has 647 followers and gets 2 likes and a comment on all their posts, and they're saying they're the most amazing LinkedIn coach in the world, they're not. They're lying. That's the problem. That's the problem with any industry that doesn't have a regulation. To be clear, I don't want regulation for LinkedIn coaches, right? But one of the problems is that anyone can say that they're a LinkedIn coach, and probably 2/3 of the people who say that don't really have any clue what they're doing. But just go around, find some really good people. But as far as right now, everything's volume. There's so much content on LinkedIn compared to how there was a few years ago. I think it's probably around 5 times more content is being put out than just 5 years ago. And so what the approach that most people are taking, and not that I haven't ever recommended this to people, but they're basically mass producing posts that are low quality. They're taking AI and they're saying, okay, let's just take a few ideas and make it into a post, replicate it a bunch of times and put it up on social media. But a few years ago, there was a lack of content on LinkedIn. There's a lack of content. And that's why anyone that was posting in like 2018, 2019, from everything I've seen, those were kind of the super golden years of LinkedIn. Anyone who started or was posting regularly in those years, 2020 was just booming. Just you could post almost anything and do well because the number of people that were reading content compared to the number of people that were posting content was just so vast. And now that disparity doesn't exist anymore. There's so much content going out there that people are thinking, okay, well, the solution must be I've got to put out more content than I was putting out before. But I will tell you, there are people that I started with 4.5 years ago that are basically doing the same strategy. They're posting every day. It's not doing well. They're still not growing very fast. And the answer isn't volume anymore. It's to have some personality. It's to show some real value. And so instead of getting some kind of, not to say that AI is all bad. I think AI works great for 2 people. I think AI works well for somebody who genuinely wants to make good LinkedIn posts, but they have no idea how to write and they're still learning that. And so they can use AI to help create a post and then go in and edit it. Because it kind of goes like really bad writer, AI, really good writer. And then the second kind of group of people that can use it are people that are already excellent writers on LinkedIn who can use it to just enhance certain things. Like I'll have a sentence sometimes. I'm like, I want this a little bit longer, shorter. And so I'll go on ChatGPT and I'll just kind of work with it a little bit or something like that. There's some good book engines and that kind of thing. But for the majority of people where you're just pumping out just tons of content, it's not going to work. You've got to connect with people personally and especially on LinkedIn. LinkedIn,
Right.
that's more true than any other social media platform. In fact, I'm turning away more and more clients, because they basically just want me to run their brand in spite of them. Right? They're like,
Oh,
okay,
yeah.
well, just create my brand for me. I want to be like all of these famous people. And it's like, look, you might have a chance of doing that if you can do it on other platforms, but LinkedIn is a community first more than anything. So you've got to connect with that community, and you can't really connect with the community if you're just, look, I work with people, so I'm a big fan of hiring a LinkedIn coach, right? But if
Right.
you want to just offshore it 100% to somebody else, I just haven't seen anyone that I can think of that's really worked. So if you want to do that, do it on other platforms. But if you want to have a long-term, vibrant brand, you have to find ways to engage personally in the comments, on live streams, however you can with your audience.
That was like a master class. So thank you so much, Sam, for sharing all of that. And like just so many brilliant points, but I do want to respect the people that are on Owwll that are waiting to have some conversations with us. So let's go ahead. Let's start making some calls. Is that cool with you, Sam?
Yes,
I'll
absolutely.
make
Please.
sure that people can get in. So let's see if I can get Jason in a second. He'll chime in. But in the meantime, start getting your questions ready, guys. What do you want to ask to Sam relating to social media, branding, content, all of the above? So go ahead, get your questions ready. Let's get Jason over here. Just give me a quick second. Oh boy. In the meantime, while we wait for Jason to get back here so we can start making some calls.
Just so you know, I'm hoping to come back later this evening when you're kind of like, or maybe past midnight when you're kind of all alone.
Oh my gosh,
and,
like at 3 a.m.?
Yeah,
Ooh.
and ask you some questions. I'm going to play the role of interviewer because I have a lot of questions that I want to ask you about everything you've done on LinkedIn, your
I got to mention
career,
this because I feel like it's super important. Is something that I've definitely learned over the last few years is content alone is not enough. Like you need to have a solid back end, some kind of infrastructure. And it's these last few years has been learning that there's so much more to marketing than just the content, and all of it, it all plays its own role. But yeah, did you get a lot of exposure to that as well, Sam? Like when you're kind of like out of that LinkedIn atmosphere, did you see some things like that? More systems, infrastructure? Kind of curious.
Yeah, okay. So I think with LinkedIn, the people that are really going to be able to help your brand are the people who stay humble enough to realize that they have to keep learning. So if you see someone who's posting like, hey, this is what you should do, this is stuff that I've done, but they never talk about, hey, this is something that I've learned about LinkedIn. Like every expert on LinkedIn needs to keep learning because the platform's always changing. I follow this guy, Kevin Turner, I think is his name. If I'm getting it wrong, somebody let me know.
Shout out to
he's always, that's right. He's always posting about the new updates and everything that LinkedIn is putting out, the new kind of additional little content upgrades or whatever. And if you're not following that stuff, I was kind of talking about to myself over the weekend. I was like, I really need to jump on and treat LinkedIn how I first treated LinkedIn, which is just to go all in and act like I don't know anything and just realize that there's all these little ways to optimize. And that's one of the things that people are like, oh, well, the algorithm is dumb and I don't like to do things by the algorithm. Just be authentic. I'm like, look, you can do both. You can be super authentic and personal and still take advantage of the algorithm. And case in point, I think most people know that, hey, either morning time or sometimes late in the evening is best. Friday afternoons, probably the worst time in my experience to post on LinkedIn. Like there's just little things that we all know from working on LinkedIn, from posting on LinkedIn that works and doesn't work. And so if you know that, even as someone who's not a LinkedIn expert, just know that there's people who are, we're basically all a bunch of mad scientists that are running experiments
so true
on LinkedIn all the time. And
I call us storm chasers. We're storm chasers, buddy. We're just like chasing a storm.
And there's this guy, Jose Valles. He puts out great stuff, and that's what he calls himself, like the LinkedIn scientist or mad scientist or something. It's a great moniker. But there's people that are basically running these tests all the time. And that's why you talk to a whole bunch of different LinkedIn experts. They're going to have different opinions because they've run different tests to see what works. And but that's highly valued. Nobody paid them to do that. Nobody said, hey, I'm going to pay you all this money to run these tests. These people are doing it because they're genuinely interested in knowing the results for themselves. Like one of the things that I do is I'll write up a post. And if I see in the first like 15, 20 minutes that it's not doing very well, I will change. I can go in and edit the post. I will change up the headline. I will change up the headline. I will often make the post a lot shorter because sometimes it's an issue of readability. Sometimes I'm reiterating the same thing too many times. But almost always when I do that, I feel like I'm getting a boost when I edit the post. So that's awesome. A real thing that you can that anyone can implement. And there's so many people to learn from. If you see anyone on LinkedIn who's saying, hey, I'm the only person who can really teach you about LinkedIn, use my system, everyone else is this crap, like that person is, in my opinion, they're kind of a joke. It's immature. Right. Like you've got to be following. Now, some people may have one post that's structured like that. Don't take it out of context and just say, oh, well, they made this one post that one time that said that they're this top LinkedIn expert. And so now I'm going to bury them. Look, I try to show a lot of grace to anyone who's written 1,000 posts.
Right.
1,000 posts from somebody, you're going to find something to disagree with them on. But all the top LinkedIn guys are all learning from each other.
That's absolutely right. And they're all students of the game. They're all students of the game. But I love the piece of advice that you gave about editing a post, because there's always been such a controversy around, does editing the post like impact the amount of views that it get? Did docs it, links that, the other thing? And to me, it's always, if there's anything that I've learned, I was a big algorithm guy, and I've definitely shifted to, it's a big human thing. Because one test that I'll do every once in a while, it's not just on LinkedIn, it's all socials. I'll log out, I'll create a new account, and I want to see what I'm organically being fed without, any type of like
really cool.
Right. But at the same time, I'm still like paranoid in the back of my head that it's like, oh, well, do they know my purchasing behavior or whatever, But I'll go to a different computer, a friend's computer, because I'm paranoid as shit. I'll create a new account and I'll see what's on the discovery pages, what's on the FYPs, what are they organically feeding me? And then I'll create another account and track it based off of that. Yeah. But the point that I'm trying to make is that's a way for you guys to figure out, like, what do these platforms actually want? Just create a new account, see what they feed you.
That's really cool. Yeah, I tried to do that at one point in time, and I think I got paranoid and deleted. I wasn't trying to create like a new brand or anything, but I was just like, let me see what I can kind of play around with stuff on LinkedIn with a new account. But it terrified me. I was like, I deleted after like a day. So I was like, that you were able to kind of figure out how to do that, because it's super valuable what it just looks like kind of as a newbie.
Right. We're a paranoid bunch. So we are joined by Patrick right now. Patrick,
hello there.
Are you fumbling your phone? we're picking up on some background noise.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it still background noise?
A little bit, but go ahead. Ask your question to our LinkedIn expert, Sam over here, brand strategist.
Hi there, guys. Great to connect. I'm just getting myself into LinkedIn and definitely open to any support. We actually have a webinar coming up this Wednesday. Do you have any suggestions on promoting webinars on LinkedIn?
Sure. Sam, you want to go first? I'll go second.
Sure. Well, if it's a webinar that's actually hosted on LinkedIn, I think that the number... There's a couple of things. Number one, you want to have some kind of actual banner for it. If you're hosting it through StreamYard or something like that, it'll prompt you to do that. Not having an actual banner is going to hurt you in a lot of ways. You can go on Canva. They have some templates that you can use and all that kind of stuff. I typically just use templates. And then the other thing is you can invite up to 1,000 people to those. And the best way to do it is just by location. So you can just go, and this is something I think most people who do live streams know. You just go through and say, hey, I want to invite everyone in the state of California or Texas or New York or Canada or whatever. And you just invite all of those people just at once. And I think it's faster if you do it via your phone. It seems to go a little slower if you do it via desktop. But those are the two things. If it's not on LinkedIn, right? Because I think a lot of people do webinars that they're like, hey, I've seen that where I'll sign up for an event and it's going to somewhere off of LinkedIn. There's all this registration stuff that I have to do. I won't typically even do those. Just to be honest, like I'll see, oh, okay, hey, it's on LinkedIn. Great. I'll sign up for it. But if it says, oh, you signed up, now you have to go through all this rigmarole to go off the platform. I'm like, I don't want to have to go through Eventbrite or whatever to do all this, other stuff. So, just if it is off webinar, I'm probably not off LinkedIn, I'm probably not the best expert to ask on that. But, let me ask you, like, what's the format for that?
So it's this 45-minute webinar teaching people about how to build out a solid foundation for their web application, like coding and what platforms to build it on, and Amazon Web Services. So it's just going to be a 45-minute presentation. I was not doing this particular one on LinkedIn, but we are doing several to get people signed up for the first boot camp. Mm-hmm. So you've given me the inspiration to do one on LinkedIn next week. So that's great.
Yeah. And a question so that I could chime in a little bit is, like, I don't think that people understand how challenging and difficult it is to get somebody to drive somebody to a webinar. So I think the first step is identifying and understanding this is a very hard thing to do, right? Now that we know this, what is the massive, big, huge promise that you're making? Because I'm about to give you 45 minutes of my time. It is the only resource I never get back. If what you are telling me you're going to deliver does not change my life, why am I wasting 45 minutes with you? So I think that, like, the big thing is you better make sure if you are going to take 100 people's time, if that's what you really want, it has to be worth 100 people's time. And when I started to make it that way, make it such, every performance that I went into, every webinar, every masterclass, when I said I am taking 100 hours of people's time for free, I better not let them down. I feel like that gave me a little bit of a reframe to take it a lot more seriously, because for me, effort was the biggest problem. But I mean, if it helps, what's that big one transformation you can promise them?
Yeah, I think it's the awareness around, it's a good question. I'm going to reflect on this today. But it's the awareness around what they need to build a successful company like Airbnb or Uber or whatever it is. Like those are the 1% that actually succeed. Right. And I've seen, I have had clients even recently take millions of dollars of investor money, and they squandered it away to companies in India to do development, and then didn't actually have anything of tangible value to get that money back because they didn't know what they were doing. And I don't want startup companies to be in that position anymore. And I also don't want investors to be in that position anymore.
So Sam, let me ask you a question. And I'm not Patrick, the question's for you, but Sam, I want your opinion on this because I think it could be really interesting. Why choose a webinar format when you can create a 9-minute VSL, run ads on it, and convert it better? Why webinar?
For me, I like the social aspect of the webinar, and we don't have a huge budget yet for ads. However, your point is well taken. So I definitely am going to create a video this week to promote the webinar.
Yeah, the only reason why I say it is because I've done so much marketing, and Sam will chime in a moment. I'm telling you right now, we have the data to support. Dude, like webinars, it's better to run an ad. I'm telling you. Run an ad, spend the money, run the ad. You'll convert better. Webinars, they're tough, dude. But Sam, I'd love to hear what your opinion is.
No, I appreciate you chiming in because I would probably defer to you on this. And, the case in point, the first time I met Jonathan or I guess the only time I met Jonathan is in Colorado. Travis Lochner was throwing kind of this big LinkedIn shindig. And, it was the reason people got out there is because they wanted to meet the really big creators like Jonathan. And Jonathan gave an excellent presentation, super engaging. So sometimes it can be just the people that you have on your show, like Jonathan. But I've been thinking more and more about VSLs. I used to be very anti-paid advertising. There's kind of a group of people on LinkedIn, at least in the past, there's kind of snobby of like, oh, we all do organic and we're better than people who.
I was one of those. I was one of the guys.
Yeah. And so I was one of those guys. And after a while, you realize, this is not that big of a deal. Everyone does. people who do great via direct mail or email marketing. You got to find something that works for you and stick to it. And the other side of that is if something else that pops up that also works for you, you can't just be a snob and say no to it. Like you're going to hurt your brand for the rest of your life. So I've only recently been thinking about VSLs. I'm like, man, that would be really cool to make a video and just kind of get this out. Because the advantage that I have is that I think some people who have worked with Alex Hormozy, they want to work with me, or not worked with, but are a fan of, there's so many people. There's so many people, and if I'm trying to get, and not just them, there's all kinds of different business owners and everything that I want to work with. That's just an example. But there's probably 100,000 people that are potentially ideal clients. And if I'm just trying to get people into webinar, like I did a webinar a couple of months ago with Jackson Larimer. And let me tell you, I worked my butt off on that webinar. And I think we got somewhere around, it was a paid webinar. It was like $50. We had discounts and stuff, but we got around 40 people in there. It was a super valuable experience. I'm really glad we did it, but it's just a tremendous amount of work. And so you've kind of got these three options that Jonaed, you got way more options than that. But if you're thinking VSLs, you're thinking, okay, let me do a webinar, or you can have a LinkedIn live show. If you have a really good, consistent LinkedIn live show, it'll start to build up over time where people keep coming in, and you can do a lot with that. The webinar is cool because there's a degree of almost exclusivity to it, but it's way harder to get individual people in. So play around, see what works for you. But if something else is going to work better, just go with that.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to me is, like we hear about like the pieces. It's like you hear like, okay, I want to be in great shape. Well, you need to have a good diet and you need to, exercise, right? But they don't necessarily tell you which foods are the best, and they don't necessarily tell you which exercises are the best. I'm always looking for how can I get to my desired outcome with the least amount of resistance and the least amount of steps, right? So I'm like you, Sam. I'm lazy. I don't want to do something that I'm not 1,000% confident in working. And the way that I understand it, Patrick, and Sam, correct me if I'm wrong, it's a funnel, right? And how does a funnel start? A funnel starts really, really big. And then as you work your way down, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, right? If you don't have a really big top of funnel to run a webinar, you don't get a webinar. So essentially what I'm saying is if you have, let's say you have 20,000 followers, right? You can expect maybe 1,000 of those people will even see your webinar ad or webinar thing, organically. And of those 1,000, maybe 10 people show up. And then of those 10 people, maybe one converts, right? So but we need to start with a really big top of funnel, right? So that means we need to either get a bunch of people to agree to attend, but at the end of the day, it's just numbers, right? So I know that if I'm not starting with 20,000 people, I know that my outcome is not going to be a single thing. But again, like, do we take the chance? Do we run it anyways? Do we try it? Do we test it? Of course. But I think, there's just so much strategy that goes into it. I'm not trying to be discouraged, but yeah. There's a lot that goes into it, and that's what we're learning. But we're here for 24 hours. So, Patrick, if you stick around, we're going to write some killer webinars and VSLs through the next hours. So, if anything, chime in a little bit later because we're going to be doing webinar stuff. So, anything else you wanted to add, Patrick, before we move on? Oh, he's gone. All right. We're on to the next one. Sam, you want to do another one, Jason? One more? All right. Guys, this is your moment. Ask your questions to Sam.
And that was perfect, by the way. I would literally not add anything to that. That was a good little masterclass right there.
Appreciate that, Sam. Yeah, and Sam, in terms of like what you're doing right now, like what is this next chapter for you now that you've moved on from acquisition? What are you doing specifically now?
Yeah, after acquisition, I got a ton of people reaching out for all kinds of different things. It was super fun. It was super exciting. I love working on our new projects and all that kind of thing. But what I've learned over the last few months is I was looking through all my work. I'm like, I'm not making nearly as much money chasing all of these different projects and everything as much as I would like to. And so I've always had a problem with narrowing down my niche because I want to work on a bunch of different things. But I finally got it so that I have basically 4 or 5 clear offers. I put them in my about section with prices, which I know is unusual. People want to go to the landing page and all of that. I do things how I like other people to do it. So I always like to see prices. I like to see what people offer, and I want to see the prices. So I'm like, that's what I'm going to put in my about section. I just edited that yesterday. So if you want to go to my about section and see, you know, my offers, you can. But that's really the ticket now is I want to work. There's a lot of people that reach out to me and they basically want me to run their entire LinkedIn brand for them. And don't get me wrong, there is a ton of money to be made from that. I think that's what most social media agencies are. And I'm not criticizing anyone who's doing it, because I think there's people who have been running agencies for longer than I have that probably know some tips and tricks that make it more effective. But in this day and age of social media, you know, people look at all these huge creators and they think, oh, I just want to do what they did and become famous and all this stuff. What they did was they slaved away for years, most of them, on their own personal brand before they ever made it big. And so you see people see the end result and they want that end result. And I am telling more and more people now, I'm like, look, I don't feel right. I personally don't feel right about taking your money and basically building a brand where you're giving as little effort as humanly possible. And I want to get people into that top 200 kind of favicon list. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I want to get people into that list. I've got this one guy that I work with. He's got like let's see, let me count. He's got like an 8-figure business. He's the founder, young guy, Gen Z. And he works with me personally on his brand. His brand is doing amazing, probably better than anyone that I've worked with, where they just kind of want to put it on me and just have me run it for them. And I think for me, that's the ticket going forward is I want to work with people that are intensely personal about their own brand. I think that's the way to go. You've got people that did well who maybe weren't super engaged with their own brand before the internet kind of popped off, right? Like Tony Robbins and Dave Ramsey and people who built it up on, you know, radio and all these different things. But in today's day and age, I think it's really difficult to build a strong personal brand without being personally involved in it yourself. So those are the people that I want to work with. That's my next thing.
You know, like, Sam, I love this topic so much. And because I've been doing it for 2 years, and when with my offer, I make it very, very intimate. Simon knows I come to you, I sit with you, we break bread, we have some drinks, we make it fun, but it's an experience. And I feel like a lot of people, when you first meet them, they have, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sam, they have so low confidence in themselves, in their ability to deliver a message that people want to listen to on camera. Like, there's so much shame that goes into it. So I feel like a lot of my process in the beginning is the idea of having a personal brand, the idea of people sending you messages and saying, hey, I like your stuff, is overwhelming for most people. Yeah. So it's like, for me, I feel like the first step is like, I have to believe in them more than they can believe in themselves.
Sure.
And I almost to like a delusional level, a little bit, right? I call it beautiful delusion. We got to sit in that a little bit because you have to get out of that mindset. And I just wish the world saw themselves the way that I see them, or the way that their friends see them, or that their families see them. There's so many incredible fucking people in this world, but they're so afraid of speaking. So, Sam, I love what you said, but man, I feel like for me, the first step is getting them to believe in the vision for themselves. They're like, oh, it works perfect, but it's not going to work for me. I'm like, guys, we got to...
Crashing.
Thanks for crashing.
So, because I am like sitting at my desk trying to do something on LinkedIn and I don't know how to do it. So I'm like, why would I not just come over here and ask the LinkedIn experts? This is like really basic, but isn't there like that new video aspect of LinkedIn that just released?
Like the new video feature?
Yes. So if I want to post a video now to LinkedIn using that feature, like how is it just a normal post or what do I do? Like, how do I get it in that?
So like so all of you,
because I remember, so I talked to Sam on Owwll about like, I don't know, a couple months ago. And I'm like, what do I do as a singer? How do I get things on LinkedIn? And he said, wait for the new video feature to come out. Because if you're going to be doing reels and videos, like it makes more sense to just do it. So now it's out and I haven't used it yet. because you told
So
me. it was
yeah,
out.
all of you guys can see it. I mean, like, we're not going to get much closer than that, but
How
it's
do we get to this page? Like, I need.
it's the second tab on your homepage, right? So, in the same way that, like Instagram has a discovery page, FYP, all that stuff, now we have like a dedicated video tab, right? So we've been fighting this for Sam, how long? Like, to have like an organic discovery page. Why is this so important to you specifically? Because back on the way that the LinkedIn feed used to work, it used to be a case where you would have your followers and like organic content based off of like hashtags, whatever, that would come up in your feed, but it was all mixed between the connections you already had and new connections and hashtags and all this stuff. So LinkedIn finally said, okay, we're going to create a page that is for non-followers, for you to discover new people, new content, and it's not mixed in with people that you're already connected to necessarily as much of an abundance. So it's just an opportunity to me to get discovered by new people. That's the benefit there. And using video, which, look at Mark Zuckerberg. How cool does he look now? But Mark Zuckerberg talked about it. This is the future of social, is moving to that video thing. So any thoughts about that new tab from your perspective, Sam?
Number one, it's incredibly kind of you to even ask me, because you are the expert on this 1,000 times over versus me. I'm not even that big of a video guy. Not because I don't want to be, but part of the reason I have an Android, I don't even have the new feature yet. Like, I still don't have it. I need to go buy like an iPhone from a pawn shop or something. I keep telling myself just to get, oh, we have somebody coming in.
Sorry about that, tech issues. Go ahead. Keep going, Sam.
Okay. Just to kind of get things going. But yeah, I think LinkedIn's in a super good position now. There's a ton of other creators that are coming from other platforms that want to utilize the video, the new kind of TikTok style video feature on now. And they think they have an advantage because they're big on other platforms. They don't really, because they don't understand LinkedIn as a platform. So honestly, anyone who's even a smaller creator, if you understand LinkedIn as a platform, you can be up there pretty quickly. I think right now it's the Wild West. Anything goes.
All right, guys, help me go
LinkedIn
viral on LinkedIn. I'm ready.
Yeah,
Ellie, why don't you talk about? I'm gonna go to the restroom really quick.
We have Brian.
Oh, we got Brian.
Yeah, we have a caller.
Jonathan, you can go. You can go to the restroom. We can talk to Brian.
Brian.
I'll go after Brian. We got to take Brian first. I didn't know he was behind us. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
Jonathan?
Oh,
I'm doing good. How about you guys?
Hey, we're at the beginning, so I still got energy. I haven't had a single Celsius yet, so that's also.
I haven't had coffee yet. So.
Can you get coffee?
You haven't
after?
got your battery on charge yet with the Celsius.
There we go. That's the truth. So, Brian, we've got LinkedIn legend Sam over here. Hey. And we found out. We found out Sam, hardest worker in the room over here. He puts in the extra reps. So, what do you want to ask from the man himself?
Is that Sam Swirsky?
That is Sam Swirsky. That's right.
Wow,
yeah.
he is the legend. Huh?
Yeah.
That's awesome. You get the two of you together. Sounds like a LinkedIn on steroids.
If we weren't already.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Now, there's a lot I think people need to learn about LinkedIn. I would love to, hear your thoughts on how to truly get people engaged on LinkedIn, because I think that's a lot of times the challenge. You might get a short engagement on for a week or two, but it seems like long-term engagement, like with Facebook, if you have Facebook friends and followers and groups and stuff, sometimes you can get a lot more engagement long-term, where it seems like, and this is just my own experience, that the engagement on LinkedIn seems to be more short-term or sporadic. So I'd love to hear your thoughts and ideas on how to get long.
Oh my God. Like the more I learn, the more I feel like I'm no longer like on the surface level. So I think like the first step is identifying what is your intent. Number one, because like, what do we know about chasing rabbits? If you're chasing one rabbit, there is like maybe a chance you'll catch it. But if there's two rabbits you're chasing, hell no, you ain't catching those two rabbits, right? So what is your focus? Is your focus on building awareness around your brand, or is your focus generating revenue? So that's like step one. We got to identify like, what is the purpose behind why I'm creating this content in the first place, right? Let's say that you just want to get more eyeballs on your stuff. I just want to build awareness, right? We need to focus on one, not two. Can't build muscle and burn fat, can't chase two rabbits, can't catch both, right? So what's your focus? Okay, I want to get more awareness around my brand. Okay, what are some universal themes of things that people can relate with that have to do around a transformation that you can promise, right? So, for example, I'll give you a really quick one. If I sold a fitness offer losing 30 pounds of body fat, right? Like, I would want to hear a story from somebody that has lost 30 pounds and kept it off from 5 years, not the athlete that has a six pack that's always been in shape and he's never really had to work for it, right? I need a story of transformation that you have experienced on a personal level that convinces me, gives me hope that I'm going to be able to have that outcome that you are promising. And the content has to speak to that, right? Like, there's got to be something, right? But the difference is you're going to ask your community to give an opinion. You're not asking for business, right? You're hoping to start a conversation around a feeling that you have. And I feel like that's one angle. Now, if you're trying to sell, if you're trying to generate revenue, then you lean on the most practical obstacles that they deal with that they don't feel seen by. Right. So, like, what are your competitors not talking about? Can we go deeper into their specific struggles, their specific obstacles? A Hormozy one, I travel as a CEO, and, I like, your diet tips don't help me because I'm always on the road. So I need a menu, or I need a diet plan that fits my needs as a CEO that's traveling all the time. So I need to know, what do I get at Wendy's? What do I get at McDonald's? I'm limited by my options, right? So it's speaking to their specific problems. That was a very long-winded answer, but I hope it helps.
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah. Which one do you feel like you fall into? Are you trying to get more people to pay attention to your stuff and engage with it? Like, you want better comments? Like, what is it specifically you want?
Well, it's not even just me in specifically, I should say, but just in general. And I agree with you. It all depends on your target market, but I think that you hit the nail on the head in that you have to have a target market, because if you're trying to go 2 or 3 different directions at once, aiming at nothing specifically means you're probably not going to hit anything either.
Or like, if you just enjoy social media for the social component, I also think that that's perfectly fine. I have clients, I have friends, I have people I know that all they want is friends. They just want to feel
Yeah.
seen. They just want to feel like their life has purpose. And that is just as special and just as great. And we don't judge it. But yeah, I would say that if, from a general perspective, you're just trying to build community and trying to just get more people to chime in. Also, another thing that I've learned is, like, if you work a 9 to 5 and you don't have like an inherently interesting life, I think it's a lot harder to write content from a personal standpoint, right? I think that the more you go out there and live and have experiences and can relate with people in many, many different ways, the more that you can just feel inspired in the morning and write something that touches people, right? So also, think of like ways that you can like get yourself out of the box, have new experiences that you can share with people. Then the content writes itself. For me, I was like in a position where I needed content ideas. So I told myself, let me go to places where it's somewhat economical, but let me just change my environment. And a lot of inspiration can just come from changing the people you're around, changing the environment you're around. So also use that. Sam,
Yeah,
what do you think?
absolutely.
Okay. Trying to say something different than Jonathan, to compliment, not to disagree, because I do agree with Jonathan.
Thank you.
But there's so much content out right now that there's a couple of different kinds of content that are going out, and so I think the most popular piece of content, not popular, the most published kind of content going out right now is kind of these kind of mild, inspirational, motivational posts. And where it's kind of like, hey, I use the example. I took a walk, and Brian, I haven't looked at your content for a while, so I have no idea what you're posting. So I'm not talking about you. But people put out a post that says, I took a walk with my dog and I saw a rainbow. Here are the 5 lessons I learned about life. Or they're posting about a family vacation or something like that. And people make the argument like, oh, LinkedIn isn't Facebook, and so you can't make those posts. You can make those posts. Just know that they're not necessarily going to get the most engagement, because people on LinkedIn, they need real help with real problems. And so if there's so much content going out on LinkedIn now that if you're posting kind of these vague posts, then they're not going to get, I don't think, often nearly as much engagement. In fact, I think LinkedIn put out some kind of statement to that effect, saying that step-by-step posts, instructional posts, they're going to be focusing more on that. And I think they put that out a couple of years ago. So if you can have the idea of like, okay, if you're wanting to grow as a business, if you're wanting just to be friends with people, post whatever you want. You can do both. You can be friends with people and post really valuable content. But if you're thinking, okay, I want people to come to my post because they need my content, not just because they like me, not just because they want to see my post, but you get to where people are like, okay, I have got to see what this creator is posting because they're so incredibly valuable for what I'm trying to accomplish. You put out posts like that and you can't help but not grow. People are going to come out of the woodwork to see what you've got going on. And I made a post about this 2 days ago. So go check it out on my LinkedIn if you want. But all kinds of different little tips of what you can use to kind of grow on LinkedIn. But you've got to occasionally put out a post where you're like, oh my gosh, I'm putting so much value out. I could literally have made this expanded out into a $100 course. And I'm putting so much value out that I don't understand, like that you physically hurt a little. There's something in your soul. You're like, oh my gosh, is this really a good idea for me to put this much value out into LinkedIn? And every big successful creator that I know puts out posts like that on LinkedIn, where it's just like, okay, this is so much value that I could be charging for. But I'm just giving it away to my audience for free. So it takes some time. Sometimes you have to spend an hour or more on a post.
Thanks, Jason.
Okay, what we got going right now?
Sam, so we're taking some audience questions now. Can you read it for me? My eyesight's so bad.
Scrubbing audience, what are your thoughts?
That was awesome. Yeah, a lot of
great.
great.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Scrubbing the audience, this is from Renee. What are your thoughts? I had 1,000+ ICP in my network from a previous employer's outbound connection request strategy. Now these audience are not my ICP. Should I keep them in my network, even if my content strategy isn't aimed towards them?
This is the kind of stuff we're getting into today. The nuts and the bolts and the extreme questions. So thank you so much for asking, Renee. We're about to drop some bombs. Sam, you want to start? I'll jump in.
I'm guessing we may have the same idea. I don't know. I have some friends, and we will go through and literally just purge people from our LinkedIn connections. I have less than 3,000 connections, right? Like I'm not a huge.
That is fucking mind blowing.
Or anything. I have way more followers than that, and I used to be way more hardcore on this. But it works. The way LinkedIn at least used to work and probably still works, and they're always changing it, but they're going to show your post to a selection of people at first. They're going to show your post to a selection of people at first. And if that selection of people are just scrolling through and they're not active in any kind of way, or they're not interested in what you have to say, even if you have a great post, LinkedIn is going to say, oh, hey, I guess nobody's interested in this post. We're not going to promote it. So, and you see this all the time with people who have 50,000 followers, 75, 100,000 plus followers. A lot of those people, it almost starts to work against them. It is harder to have the ratio.
He's spitting facts.
Thanks, Jonathan. The ratio between having if you have a ton of followers, you're going to have in general less engagement. So that ratio is not going to work out. When I started, I had less than 500 followers when I was really getting going, and my engagement of the ratio of engagement on my posts to how many followers I had was crazy. And now it's getting harder and harder. But the way to combat that is to actually go through your connections and remove totally unengaged, uninterested people that aren't. Now, look, I have certain connections that I'm going to stay connected with forever. Even if they're not super engaged, but that's a very small minority. So you remove those people, you can see big boosts. I've seen what I feel like are big boosts. I've had friends that have done it where they go through and literally chop out 1,000 people, just like you're saying, and their content engagement goes through the roof. So a little bit of an extreme approach, but for the people who do it, it seems to work.
Sam, I'm rock hard right now. Great answer, buddy. Anyways, like Sam was saying, that is a beautiful way of putting it, because he's so right. There's there's so many of us that have like a lot of followers, but you don't realize the catch-22 of it, which is like I like to call LinkedIn the land of opportunity and graveyards, because there are so many accounts of just people that, you know, I'm sure Sam has seen and come over the last 4.5 years. Those are all connections, but they're all not necessarily dead, but they don't check in like they did in 2020 or 2021. And now that's working against you because, as we know, or I mean, jury's out. We don't know for sure. You know, I'm not going to BS you, but they say that, you know, content first goes out to your first connection. So imagine if it's a graveyard of people. They can't engage and they won't engage. So now you're kind of, it's working against you a little bit, right? Right, Sam? I don't know if that's fact, but I feel like that's what we've heard enough to like, and talk to enough like engineers to know there's something like that that goes on.
Yeah, I agree. It's one of those experiments that's been done by enough people that it's gone from a hypothesis to like a really strong theory.
Right.
Where even if it's not working for the reasons why we think it works, somehow I think it's working. So it's all about having that core connected audience. It's also, I like to go through my connections all the time. People ask for referrals. That's kind of like one of my things is people know that they can ask me for referrals to people when I make introductions. And if I have this huge bloated connection base that I don't really know, I don't really check in on, it makes it all harder. It makes it more difficult to go through and just kind of have a feel and gauge for your core community.
I love that. You are so right, Sam. So, Jason, can we get one more call? Anybody from Owwll want to jump in and ask your questions?
While you're doing that, can you go back to showing me how to use the video feature?
The video feature? Okay. So what is it about the video feature that you're interested in? Because I'm going to talk about the nuts and the bolts. I'm going to talk about like some psychology stuff, or do you want to get into the tactical?
Well,
What's more important?
One, listening to Sam, it's like I know that I definitely can't post on LinkedIn the majority of the things I'm posting on Instagram because it's not really like educational. It's more for entertainment. So like,
well, okay, well, let me challenge that for a second from people that we built our following off of being entertaining and finding a way of like kind of integrating some knowledge and leadership. But the God honest truth is most of our content was entertaining. So why is that so important? When you have, remember we talked about, Ellie, and this isn't a Hormozy thing, so I know Sam knows it, the starving crowd, right? This platform, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sam, you're there like 8 hours a day. It's like people are starving for.
Let's pause. Sorry, we have a call.
All right, great. They need to hear this too. We called her.
Hello.
Hey, girl. So we're about to jump in, but I'm sharing a thought. The point is that the audience on LinkedIn is starving for entertaining content. So what starts as you just making a bunch of entertaining videos for a couple of months turns into, hey, now that I have a little bit of community that loves the stuff I create, let me start slowly pivoting strategically and introduce my offer now, right? But I would say lean into the entertaining stuff, the purely entertaining stuff, and post it on LinkedIn, because again, you're capturing something that's empty, that's missing.
So then how do I actually post? Like it says video, but there's no button to actually.
I mean, you want to see the way that I do it? I do this. So, I mean, you're going to go to your homepage. You're going to go to the little on the top right, and then you can go there for the video. On the bottom right, you can add a video.
Oh,
you see that?
And then
and then you go to media. And then you got your video right there. Sam, what do you think of that? Like, I think there's opportunity, and we're going to take.
I'm with you, and we'll get to our caller in just a minute. Thank you for being patient. I'm with you, and the number one kind of post content on LinkedIn is supremely boring content. It's just there's so much boring content out there.
So true.
That's one of the reasons I'm not doing as much ghostwriting anymore, is because people think that this is gonna get spicy here, but people you're like, well, I want you to write the post in my style. And I'm like, you don't really even have a style. You've put up 9 LinkedIn posts. You don't have a style yet, and you're saying that you don't want me to put this stuff because it seems too out there. I'm like, your style can't just be boring. Like, 80% of the platform can't just claim that their style is boring and it's their own unique style, because that's, without saying it, that's what people are saying. So if you have anything that's not boring, put it out there, because it's just, I mean, and this is a challenge myself, because I'm nerdy. I like my content, but some people may see it as boring. Just stop putting, I mean, what I'm saying with the motivational post is a lot of it is really boring. It's kind of vague. It's meant to be inspirational, but there's not really a point to it. And it's kind of like, you know, it's like Bob.
Okay. I think
Ross,
I got
right?
it confused
But
when you said that, because
for a bit, but
I get what you're saying now. Because like for me, with my inspirational stuff, it's like I'm gonna make this inspirational jingle, and it's like woo, woo. So I guess it actually has more entertainment than just like,
oh, that's way
"Hey,
more entertaining.
everyone," you know, than like just a boring photo of them being like, "Happy Monday,
Yeah.
reach for the stars," like whatever that they got on ChatGPT.
Right. And it's like, I don't want this to come off the wrong way, but it's like, I like sometimes when people are like, why isn't this going viral? Why am I not getting thousands of views? I'm like, how dare you? How dare you think that your words are worth millions of people paying attention to? If you want something that is worthy, let's make it, you know, what would it mean to your business if 5,000 people were in the audience? It's like, why do we devalue?
I mean, I think it.
I kind of don't like doing this interview with Sam because I just feel like I'm regurgitating a bunch of Hormozy shit. It's like I try to like plagiarize it. I try to plagiarize it and make it sound slightly different, but I know where I learned it. I just don't want this to be 24-hour Hormozy hour.
This is the last thing. So when I hit post, is this gonna show up in the video feature though, or is it gonna show up like a normal post? Like that's it.
No, because it's like if you post it, because you can't see the copy. It's like transparent.
So it's gonna show up in the video feature that you just showed me. That's what I'm confused. Well, why? I'm confused.
It's just video. You won't see the copy unless you click on the post.
But I'm saying like that video feature that you showed me that they now have, there's not like a separate place for posting there. Like what?
Look,
like
so
this is
if
why
you
I'm
look at it,
confused.
this is what you see the copy.
Yeah.
But it's transparent. It's not very visible. It's less visible.
That's fine. But this will show up there, is what you're saying.
But like, why would you want to lead with hashtags?
I don't know.
Okay, so amateur hour over here. Like
what I do on TikTok.
She's making a cardinal sin. I wish you guys could see it. So she wants to post a video. Sam, you'd throw up right now. I know you would. She's trying to post a video now, and it's only hashtags. Like, how have you been working?
We got to get to our caller. We'll come back to the hashtag thing in a minute. We got to get to our caller.
Oh, now we're triggered.
Take the call.
Now we're triggered. Okay, Tanya, so sorry. we're having way too much fun over here, but Tanya, thank you so much.
I'm soaking it all in.
Thank you so much for joining us. So we're here with a branding expert, Sam, and again, myself and Ellie are sitting here. We're doing a 24-hour live stream. So if you have any questions, anything that we can help you with marketing and business, we're here. So talk to us.
Okay, so Jonathan, I don't know if you remember our conversation the last time you did one of these epic live.
How can I forget?
4 hours.
Yeah.
But so I really had the shift of focusing on my kid and helping him on his career journey, not pathway, because pathway seems A to B, right? And that's not the way careers work, right? There's twists and turns.
Right.
Okay, so he's on this journey right now. He wants to be creative. He wants to get involved in Nerdcore PartyCon, which is a whole universe that I knew nothing about. It's YouTubers creating music related to gaming and movies, all of this stuff, right?
I love it. Interesting.
I already have someone to connect him with, but continue.
Beautiful.
Excellent. Love it. And so we went to Nerdcore PartyCon for the second time this year. First year, we had no idea what we were doing. Mama got a little wiser for the second year, so it was much better. And he looked at me and said, Mom, I found my tribe.
Ooh.
So what parent doesn't, I'm going to try not to cry. So what parent doesn't want to hear that, right?
Right.
Okay. So then like everything just clicked for me right after that. And it was like, I need to be focused on helping him using the skills that I gained from the nonprofit and helping him find his passion in his career. And through sharing our story, we can then hopefully inspire other parents and students.
I love that. So what were you thinking? You want to create like a nonprofit around this? Like, what is it specifically that you want to do with this mission that you feel?
So we're going to create a podcast. He and I are going to do a podcast together.
Beautiful.
And then I am writing a book at the moment. It's a series of mini books because there are many populations that fit into this world of a healthy workforce development system. But I'm starting with the parents because this is the direction that it's taken off in, right?
Right.
So the first mini book is about parents and job shadowing internships, telling them all about that stuff. Yes, Ellie.
I'm curious with the podcast, like what exactly is your plan for that? What is your intention? Because the podcasting, I'm just going to be blunt here, like I don't want to discourage you, but podcasts the market is very saturated right now. So like, what are you going to do on your podcast? What aspect are you going to have that's going to set you apart from everyone? And what is your goal with the podcast? Is it just to get followers? Is it to spread awareness? Is it to monetize from the podcast?
The goal for me with the podcast is to get him exposure, to get him connected to NPC and get him involved in that world.
Okay.
Now, if we can inspire people along the way, fantastic, right?
So
it's going to be about this journey.
Exposure.
Yes, exposure. It's going
So
to be about his journey with this NPC
maybe
world.
some of the marketers here can tell you how does she actually get exposure with a podcast?
I know,
'Cause
and
that's
again,
hard.
yeah, and it's gonna
Get
be
people to listen to it.
it's gonna be very similar to the last response that I had, and this is kind of the reframe. The reframe is, don't necessarily tell people what they want to hear, but help them get to the outcome the fastest way possible, right? So your son is trying to build community, right? But how are the people that he's trying to build community around, how are they consuming content? Because that's the most important thing. We need to capture the ear and the eye and the way that they're consuming, right? So for example, if you notice that community, the gamer community, is really big into streaming, then we need to use the language that resonates with the people that we're trying to attract. So I would say maybe instead of calling it a podcast, me and my son stream together. That's unique. That's kind of unique, right? But while you're streaming, you're talking. But there's the element, the vehicle that the people you're trying to attract are familiar with. So give that extra little element so that you guys stand out. Mom and son playing video games, streaming live, automatically captures my attention so much more than mom and son doing a podcast together. Because even though that would be fantastic for other moms, if the goal is to capture the attention of the kids, we got to speak the kids' language. Kids listen to podcasts, but kids love streaming. That's like their thing, you know? So I'd say we need to meet them where they are. We need to go and sit with those kids where they sit. And I think it's the streaming vehicle that's going to work the best for you.
Okay, that's a good idea. Thank you.
Yeah. Sam, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I'm with you. I think you'd have more insights than me on that, but I'm with you. As that would be more interesting to have the streaming aspect. Podcast. Look, I'm not a podcast expert, but there's a tremendous amount of podcasts. So if you have a podcast, there's not nearly as many people I feel like streaming that have a maybe there are. I don't know. But if you're going to advertise it, I feel like the streaming route is probably the better way to go. Because if you have a podcast, you have to spend, I would probably spend weeks on just making it so incredibly unique that it stands out. But the streaming thing, to me, I think I'm probably with Jonathan then.
Yeah, mom and son streaming. I've never heard of that before.
Yeah.
And the moment that I say to myself, I've never heard that before, and all I do is this all day, I'm like, oh, there's an opportunity. There's a market for this. So I'd say try that. And it can still have a podcasting intro, podcasting outro. It can still be streamed on podcasting platforms. But you're playing a little game of marketing, which is we're just using words that our audience is more familiar with. You know?
I think definitely just from my experience of doing, 60 plus episodes of the Owwll podcast with Jason now, I would say like adding an element to it that like not, wait, why did you hit post? It had all the hashtags. Sorry. He just, Jonathan. Okay. Anyway. So, sorry, I got off my train of thought. But what I was going to say is,
from doing 60 episodes of the Owwll.
Yeah. So not just talking the whole time, but also like you can talk most of it or whatever, but having an element in there that is unique. So for example, like on our podcast, we do the bet section at the end where like, you know, we make a bet with the guest of, if you have to do XYZ and you owe us this, if you don't do this, you know, we owe you XYZ. Or, you know, I know Shrimp Tank, they're revamping it to be more of like a game show theme. So I think it's great. You can have the conversational piece, but also even use Chat GBT, use AI for ideas of like, what are 10 ideas? Like literally type in what are 10 new ideas that are interesting things that I can add to my streaming podcast with my son, and even start typing in, what does this, I don't even know, what's the world called again that he's into?
NPC, Nerdcore Party Con. It's
Okay.
music.
So like
related to
what,
me.
like start using the AI, like what do NPC people want? Like what is the NPC audience attracted to? Like what would make the NPC audience watch my live stream? Like start putting all those questions into AI too, into Chat GPT. And you might get some good ideas.
That's a good tip.
Taking notes as we're talking.
Yeah. Just I do that all the time now, like with just, you know, even for my Instagram copy, for just my own, you know, singing business of like what just the other day with Jonathan, it was like I wrote, you know, I wrote other singing artists that are more, you know, well known than me, and what marketing strategies did they use, you know? So just, and I got some good ideas. So so just really utilizing those free resources that we all have, and figuring out ways to use them that are not what we always hear. But
yeah, and there's not a lot of content related to NPC yet.
yeah.
And so it's relatively new, which is exciting.
That's
because
cool, because you can
that's not-
create, you can like,
Yes.
you can break into that market. You could be the groundbreakers of NPC. Like I love getting into a market when it's not saturated yet. That's an amazing
it's not
opportunity.
saturated.
Yeah.
They have lots of artists, but there's not a lot of, besides the artists doing their individual songs, there's not a whole lot of content yet regarding NPC. So it's pretty exciting.
So I'm trying to request more time for you right now. I think I just added, because as a singer songwriter, of course, I want to learn more about this world. Like I am working with a sync agent. Shout out to Malcolm Parker. He's pretty big on LinkedIn. He's always posting, but I'm working with him to get, we're writing songs together. I have my own stuff, and he's helping me get it in movies and TV shows. You know, you can make big money with that. So like, I'm curious. I mean, I have some friends out in LA that have gotten a lot of music in video games. So like, what exactly, I'm curious, because I haven't heard of this world as a musician, songwriter.
Yeah.
Like, I'd love to hear more about like what this is all about.
It's not even music in the games. It's music about the games. So you have these.
Okay.
So you have these YouTubers. There's one YouTuber that has like 4 million followers. I think Hamsteady. I think he's the one that has 4 million. And they just they create music and put it out related to whatever, you know, their likes and interests are, and whatever games are hot, and movies, you know. So
movies too. So it's like any movie. Like it's not just specific.
It's more fandom stuff. It's more
Okay.
like, you know, Marvel Universe, or
Got
like
it. So like,
or like anime series, you know, stuff like that. It's nerd stuff.
yeah. See, I know. I'm like, what is this? No.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. I didn't have any brothers or anything growing up. So like all that, like, I feel like maybe it's more of a guy thing, not to be, you know.
I mean, I think it is, but there are some. I mean,
there are some women in it, but
girls
I
that
feel
play,
like
yeah.
I just was never really introduced to that world much. But
Oh, I didn't know this world until
yeah, but like,
yeah.
So I'm just trying to think, like, so say I went and I played whatever video game is hot right now. I have no clue. So maybe you would know, like like
Well, let's say Five Nights at Freddy's. That's a big one that they
okay,
do.
or okay,
at
I'm gonna
certain-
I'm gonna age myself. So say it was like Super Mario Brothers. That's what was like hot when I was younger. So then like you're saying I would write a song and be like, Princess Peach is in the house, like she's about to kill Mario. Like I just literally write about what's happening in the game. Like that
yeah,
specific.
and like the characters, they write songs about the characters.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's-
about all kinds. It's just all kinds of things.
And then
There's
like
so
the
much-
fans are, and are these musicians good? Like, are they talented, or are they just like? Is it more of just a
they are.
funny
No,
thing?
no. They are talented, and they
Okay.
some rap, some sing. It just depends on their style. Some have many
Interesting.
kind of different styles.
And
It's
it's
a whole
called
world. It's a whole thing.
What is NP? What?
Well, the convention, there's a 3-day convention every year, and it's called Nerdcore Party Con,
Oh,
And so-
NCP.
NPC.
Oh,
And
NPC.
then-
Because
And then the music is nerdcore music.
nerdcore. Okay.
I love the culture, and it's a very
And it's a family
spirited.
culture too.
You know
It's-
about it too?
I know everything about all of these things. I know Friday Night at Freddy's. It's almost like
I don't know.
here.
what this is.
It like imagine Chuck E. Cheese after midnight.
Mhm.
So do you think
Mhm.
that I should
It's, like,
start writing
haunted.
songs about this stuff?
Oh, the nerds would love you.
So that maybe like I can
Oh,
And-
you
I
would-
can start
they would
doing that
love
and then
you,
get
Ellie.
a fan and then be like, now listen to my normal music. It's
Become
not
an e-
about video games.
Become an e-girl. No. No, because those are people, and correct me if I'm wrong, Tanya.
Because I'm just trying to break into some sort of music market.
Those are some of the, like video game culture and like nerd culture. A nerd myself. They are some of the most passionate fans. Like
Yeah.
if you change something, if you change a character, if you change a storyline, if you get rid of somebody, if the voice actor you did something, you're like they attack.
So maybe I need to talk to your son and be like, give me, because I'm not going to play the video game right now. I'm telling you, I'm not going to play the video game.
You don't have
Well, then
to-
you're not
yeah.
legit.
But-
You're not.
so
You're
I'm
not
just gonna
real.
Get around
But-
it and
But
like
listen,
ask your
but-
son for facts and then write a song based off the
Tanya,
facts.
do not
Okay.
listen to this girl. She's trying. This is predatory behavior. She's trying to make a buck off of your child. I see what you're doing. You know what your
Maybe I
son needs
could
to do?
use-
Your son needs to work with guys like me because, like, we're nerds, and I understand and we respect the craft. We respect
So
the
the-
nerddom.
So, guys, it was a 5.5-hour concert, and the energy from the first song to the last remained the same.
Whoa.
And nobody would understand it other than those kinds of fans. Like, I'm sure as
And
an
that-
outsider, you're like, "What is going on here?" But
Okay,
they are so
I'm
into.
ready.
loved it.
I'm ready
I
for
loved
it.
NPC.
Yeah,
I
let's
loved
go.
it because
live here.
I found my mom tribe there.
Oh, I love that. I love
See?
that.
Yeah, I mean, it's a whole.
I'm just
thing,
ready
guys.
for,
It's
like-
Okay,
really
so then
good.
I think that this is your angle, Tanya. Really, like, yes, the streaming idea is great, but I think that the real opportunity is like you solo talking to moms about this, talking about that journey
Yeah.
that you went to help. Because, like, honestly,
Mhm.
Tanya, like when I was growing up, I don't want to get emotional about it. When I was growing up, my dream was to be a pro wrestler.
Mhm.
And I wasn't big enough. I wasn't confident enough. I couldn't speak on a microphone. Nothing. And I would have done anything. I like anything, Tanya, for my mom and dad to have just said, "We support you."
I'm
and-
flying him to Dallas next year.
For you to
From
be
West
going that
Virginia.
far, for you to be
Wow.
going that far, like there's a greater story than
Mhm.
what you're doing for
I
your son is
agree.
the
I
story.
agree.
What you're doing for
Yeah.
your son is the story, not the
and
all
that's
that stuff.
and that's why I thought we would brand everything as our NPC journey.
Yeah.
Because,
I mean,
because it's
yeah.
a journey
if
for both of us.
Tanya, you have to trust me on this.
I will. Okay.
Okay, you need to make it my NPC journey, and it's through your lens. You are
Mhm,
it's from your lens, but through the through your eyes for your son.
How old is
your
your
eyes
son?
for your
How
son.
old?
He literally just turned 16, and we
Okay.
both have a chapter in Rattled Awake. So I wrote a chapter on my perspective, and he wrote a
So
chapter
you
on
guys
his
need
perspective.
I think if you guys have your own separate brands, like you have your audience, which is other moms, he has his audience, which is other kids, but then you guys can still come together and
Yes.
cross promote each other and do collaborative episodes and collaborative things. But like, I think what John it makes a good point. Like, it is important because you're going to attract different people. Like, he's
Yes.
not going to attract the moms. You're going to attract the other moms
Right.
that are like, I just want my kid to feel accepted and be in a community,
Mhm.
you know, that
I mean,
supports him.
Because we go and we stand in line and we're dying of heat and they're just having the best time ever.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, like
talking
all
about
the
the stuff
moms
that they
can
love.
relate.
Yeah.
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 So, you know, I think that's so amazing. I'm happy to hear from you because we haven't talked in a while, Tanya.
I know. And
so
that's why when I saw the live stream, I was going to call in if you hadn't called me because I was like, I have to update them on what's
yeah,
going
I
on.
had no idea you were doing this, and I'm so inspired by it, and I think
Well,
it's
It
amazing.
just happened. Like the shift
Ugh,
just happened.
good
It's
for
just been-
you. This
Ever
is
since then, it has
awesome.
flowed. It
I'm
has been
I
amazing.
love that you're just like following your intuition and following your heart, and I can feel the passion, and I'm the same way. Like when I find something that I'm like, this is the thing, I just go for it, and you have to just go head on and just make it happen. Don't give up. Don't let anything stop you. Just go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Full support and reach out because
Yeah.
if you want a unique angle or
Yeah.
anything like that, you can always reach out to us. We're here.
Walk
I
in color.
appreciate
Call
that
us
so
back.
much.
Of
I will.
course.
Thank you
Okay, thanks,
for chatting with
guys.
us.
So special.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, back to me.
Back to me.
So help me. Okay, I just posted my post. So
Ellie, really quick before we get into that, there's something serious we got to talk about. It's about Ellie.
what?
It's about Ellie. She's
Me?
nervous. Do you want to explain to the audience what your fourth favorite food is?
I don't know.
Oh, yeah, you should tell them. Okay, so we were having this conversation a couple of days ago while we were planning this 24-hour podcast. I don't know how the conversation came up, but she told me that one of her favorite foods is butter. And I'm like, that's an ingredient. That's not
It's my
that's
guilty
not
pleasure.
a food. Butter is not a food. So, if you guys in the comments, can you let us know, do you consider butter a food? How can butter be your favorite food?
You could say it in combination with something. You could
Well,
say,
yeah, first of all,
right?
Sam,
You
are
can
you
say,
supporting this?
I love butter and French toast. I'm like, oh yeah, okay,
no,
that's
so
a
this
good
is,
favorite
I'm gonna
food.
just out myself right now. Okay, one, I'm lactose intolerant, so I don't get to eat butter that much. So I get the vegan butter from like Trader Joe's. So what I do, this is like my guilty pleasure, is I take a
What's going on, Dimitri? Great to see you, buddy. This motherfucker's been around since like 2019. I had to do a little shout out.
Nice.
Comments.
Hey, Dimitri.
How you doing,
Okay,
Dimitri? Thanks for
So,
supporting, buddy. You're the
back
best.
to butter. So basically, I have a stick of butter and I'll take like a cracker and I'll dip it in the butter, like straight up, or I'll take a chunk of butter and like cut it and just put it and eat it plain, hard, cold butter. Like I just love it. I think it's delicious. Like when I was younger, this is even grosser. I used to like take my fingers and just like dip it in the margarine and just like eat it and just eat out of it like people eat peanut butter. I would do that with regular butter. So I've always been into butter.
So you guys know that I'm allergic to shellfish, right? I can't eat lobster and all that stuff, right? But I remember like it was actually really sweet of her. There was like this really big influencer on LinkedIn. She has like 700 followers, 700,000 followers around there, right? And she felt so bad for me because I can't eat shellfish. So that poor girl, she melted a bunch of butter and slathered her body with it, and I ate that. So it wasn't quite the same, but it was still pretty good.
Interesting. Okay. Well, you can use it for sex too, everyone. If you were wondering, I haven't had that experience with the butter, but
Try it sometime.
So yeah, I mean, sure. Now you guys know. Fun fact about me. So back to this though. Okay. I don't know if it's posted because it just keeps loading.
Right.
Okay. So I made a post in the hallway.
So now we can
telling
see
everyone-
it in the feed.
Yeah,
Like right here.
I made a post in the hallway advertising this live stream right now. I was like, "Hey, why would you guys not call in? This is an amazing opportunity." I blew up, I blew up your egos a little bit. Jonathan, Sam, I was like, "They're geniuses, marketing experts." Right? Like, call in, it's free when you use my code. So I made a little video under a minute of that and I just posted it to LinkedIn and I posted it with these hashtags. So tell me more about.
Yeah, so let's talk
hashtags
about
are bad.
hashtags for a second, and Sam can give his opinion. Hashtags with LinkedIn have always been a funny thing. Like I remember there was a time when we could have like creator profiles. I don't even know if creator profiles are even a thing anymore. I think they still are, but you could pick like hashtags that went along with your brand. But There was a time where you could click them and then you couldn't. And then there was a time like where we heard that hashtags help, but I've always found hashtags are best for organizing information. Like if you have a personal hashtag, it's an easy way for people to see all of your content in one place, I guess.
Okay.
But
so it
really,
doesn't push it out to like.
I don't think so. There's like SEO and stuff like that may be factors. But Sam, I'd love your opinion. Do you feel like hashtag they've never really been a thing on LinkedIn, right? And even on other platforms.
From what I understand, hashtags, they don't get you more views, they just get you kind of more selected views, maybe from those hashtags. I think hashtags may be a good idea for someone who has a really niche topic that they talk about. So people who follow, like people who are all into CNC machining and they talk about it on LinkedIn, right? So something like that, it can work. The problem with hashtags is people use way too many. And the Richard Vanderblom report that came out recently, which he's kind of one of those mad LinkedIn scientists, right? They seem to think that if you have way too many hashtags, it's going to drag down your post. And I think that's legit.
What is way too many? Like I use 7. Is that too many?
Yeah, 7 is too many.
So what's the proper?
Like 5 is the absolute max.
5, that's a sweet spot.
3 is really
3.
You probably shouldn't use any more than 3, but 5, any more than 5.
If you were gonna edit this post right now,
right?
Like edit and take away these hashtags, then what would you say? Because I don't read copy ever on a post. Like nobody does. I feel like maybe on LinkedIn.
She purposely does that because she knows how much time I take writing my posts. She's like, nobody ever reads that stuff.
I read it all.
Look at that face.
It's true, they don't.
She's insulting our craft, Sam.
No. People read copy. LinkedIn is
not on
the
TikTok
platform for reading copy.
Maybe LinkedIn they read copy. That's what I was saying. Maybe it's a different platform, but like I know on Instagram no one reads copy. That's why people are.
I get plenty of
putting
comments.
text. Now people are putting text on top of their videos and captions because no one has the attention span to read the.
I politely disagree. I think people do read copy.
Maybe you are less likely to read copy if you have a lot of hashtags. If I see a post that has a ton of hashtags, I often just skip the post.
So what should I put for this copy for your live stream that I am marketing right now? Why don't you?
Thank you so much for doing me the favor. Wow. Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
What's the copy or write some copy.
Okay. I can't play the video. So can you give me the context of the video? And we're going to write copy right now.
Okay. Here, I'll just play it for you.
And then we'll get ready for
exciting opportunity that's happening.
Here we go.
Happy Monday. I wanted to share about an exciting opportunity that's happening literally right now. Make sure that you download the Owwll app from the App Store, Owwll, if you haven't already, and use code MUSIC to get $10 on the app, which will make
use code Mountain
experience essentially free. What we're doing is a 24-hour live stream call-in show, and it's happening right now. So what you'll do if you don't have Owwll downloaded already is download Owwll and call into the show and get advice on anything from entrepreneurship to branding to making more money from experts in different fields. Jonathan Palmar is the host. He is a LinkedIn influencer, expert marketer. He's on right now with Sam Swirsky, who's worked on marketing with Alex Hermosi. So make sure that you take advantage of this opportunity now. Download Owwll and use code MUSIC.
That's it.
Okay, so we're going to do a compliment sandwich. Okay.
Our favorite thing, compliment sandwich.
We're going to do a compliment sandwich. All right. So first and foremost, you look nice. So we shot it nicely. All right.
Kyle is calling.
All right. Do we have Kyle? And Kyle.
Hello, how are you?
I'm doing fantastic, Kyle Real Estate. So you are joining us right now. We're streaming 24 hours on LinkedIn. Are you aware of that?
Yes, sir.
Oh, awesome. Okay, you're right here. We were about to just get into some copy that nobody reads. But before we get there, We'd love to hear about you. So right now we are joined by a branding icon, Sam, and myself. Obviously, I do a little bit of social media. And Ellie, she
Yeah.
creates videos sometimes. So
Yeah.
Cool.
Ask your questions, buddy.
Perfect. So I started selling insurance in around June.
Okay.
And I have insurance experience for over 5 years. Never knew LinkedIn would be a nest egg or a potential golden goose.
None of us did.
For me, I only deal with business to business, right? I don't deal with whatever. So I'm dealing with business professionals and over
right on
business professionals around LinkedIn. My question is I've created my LinkedIn page to be a landing site. It's the go all be all. You go on there, it has all the information you need. Talking about my military service, bringing value to my clients, serving them, not selling them. I have a question for Sam.
Ooh.
I feel like I spent a lot of money on returning on investment on myself. I bought courses, I bought books, I bought so much courses and communities. What do you think is the most important place if you were to start over and say you have $1,000? What would you spend that $1,000 to grow your business today?
Yeah, that's a good question. There's a lot of great communities out there, a lot of helpful LinkedIn resources. I think for $0, you can get the LinkedIn Robinhood course from Taslim, which is just kind of a free course. Now, I don't know if he even has it on his profile anymore, but I just put in LinkedIn free Robinhood course on Google, and I always find it. There's so many good free resources out there. A couple of years ago, I spent hours and hours and hours, and I put together the largest guide of free LinkedIn resources that has ever been created. It was I think it was around 150 or 200 resources. I'm actually building the second version of that right now, which is even bigger. So, I think you join whatever group is going to make you do the actual work. That's the secret. Whether that's a course or something. I'll see this on LinkedIn. People are always taking the LinkedIn learning courses and they're like, hey, I got this new badge. I did this new thing. And you take these different kind of boot camps and workshops. And I'm not speaking. Oh, thank you, John. John Cook put the link in for the Robinhood course.
Awesome.
I'm not going
Thanks.
to bash any of this stuff, but you have to do the actual work. And taking all of these courses and everything, maybe some people advertise, improve LinkedIn by 30 minutes a day or something like that. Look, I'm telling you, if you want to really crush it, especially in the beginning, you've got to go all in. I actually have, I'm not trying to just promote myself here, but I have a LinkedIn work group that I'm putting together, monthly subscription where we get together and we actually do the work. You say, hey, this is what I'm going to work on. You actually do the work. Because the problem is, they've done studies on this. If you say you're going to do work and you get praise for it, you feel good about yourself, and then you never end up actually getting the work done. So LinkedIn can be this perpetual self-affirming machine where we all compliment each other, but in reality, we're not actually doing that much. So look at people's profiles, talk to them, and if you feel like they're going to be able to, they have some kind of course or some kind of program. There's literally thousands of resources and programs and courses that can help you. So whatever you can find where you literally have to do the work, and you can force yourself to do that. That's my whole perspective right now.
Yeah. And I think because I want to give an answer that's completely different from Sam's because he articulated it so beautifully and he's exactly right. He's exactly right. What I will also lean into is it's not nothing. I think everybody's looking for some secret or some magic pill, we've generated millions on LinkedIn, right? And I'm going to tell you what the best of the best that I know do. It's the same basic shit. It's you create a lot of content, you figure out what is the formula based off of what everybody has historically done, collect as much data as you can. What is the formula to create content that converts? Okay, we found a formula that gets content to convert, right? And then the next step is we need funnels. We need a landing page. We need an opt-in. We need a way to get them engaged, right? We need a nurture. We need an email list or something, right? And then
Right.
We need to give them something for free so that they feel compelled to provide an email or a number or whatever, and then we have a conversation with them. And if basically we're just identifying where do we get stuck. So is the content working? Great. Then it must be the landing pages or the opt-ins. Okay, that stuff's working. Great. What's next? All right, when I'm retargeting, they're not converting. Maybe the newsletter's not strong enough. Okay, the newsletter's great. All right, what's the next thing? Maybe it's my sales process isn't the best, but it's just doing the same basic stuff in perpetuity until you get it down so that it's a formula, and then you just keep using the same formula over and over again. Algorithms change, people really don't. So as long as the offer is strong and people clearly understand what it does and how to get there, dude, it's the same basic stuff.
Yeah. I guess I'm trying to put the cart before the horse here because I've only been doing it since June, right?
Yeah.
And I've maybe generated 1 sale, 2 sales off of the community I'm growing. Love my community, by the way. Love the people I'm interacting with. It's like, okay, I can't feed my family off of 1 sale, you know? So it's like, am I doing something wrong? Is there something, like I post videos sometimes? I make sure I post every single day, same time, you know?
Right.
It's just, what's that secret sauce I need to be like other people? Or is it just time? Like, hey, man, you're only 3 months in. You need to build that time. You need to keep that energy up, and it'll come when it's coming. It's just too soon right now.
Right. I mean, like,
return on investment.
There's so many elements, right? There's still people that can blow up tomorrow, but it has to be something very, very unique. Okay, so I'll give you a very tactical, tangible example of a client that I worked with. Let's say, John, I want the formula to a video that generates 30 million views. I'm about to give it to you.
Yeah.
And you're going to see how it's nothing crazy, but it works and it can work for you. And I'll give it to you right now. So here's what I did. I had a client. He was 3 months away from like closing down his little ranch. He had like basically an Airbnb in the middle of Arizona in a residential area, right? Like, this is a hard offer to sell. He needs to fill up an Airbnb with people, right? And it's like, how am I going to do this, John? I'm going to have to close this place down. The city's coming down on me, all this stuff. I need to be fully booked in 3 months. And I was like, okay, that's an impossible task. I'm going to figure it out, though, right?
Yeah.
This is how we generated a 30 million video view that made him sold out. So what he does is he offers like it's an Airbnb. It's themed like with horses and animals and all kinds of stuff. And then behind the Airbnb, he has like live animals. So you can kind of like pet the animals, play with them while you're staying at his Airbnb, right? So I needed a way to get him to sell that thing out. So what I did is he has mini horses. So I told him, you're going to drive the mini horses over to the closest lake, which was like 15 minutes away. And what he did is he put those tubes, those inflatable tubes around them, the circular ones, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And he had a bunch of kids playing in the lake with horses with inner tubes on them. Probably took him maybe $200-300 to film the whole thing.
Yeah.
Why did that get 30 million views? When do you ever see a horse in a lake with an inner tube playing with kids? Never.
Yeah.
It is so jarring to the human mind because I'm not used to seeing these two things together. So the secret to generating millions of views is fucking with people's heads. You take two things that they don't typically associate with each other and you put them together and they're like, wait a second. It's like, I hate to say it, but I'm going to say it. It's like a hot chick that's also really funny. It's like, whoa.
Yeah.
When do you ever see these two things together, right? Like, and that.
So I'm gonna go overseas and sell some insurance to.
What you need to do is you need to create a message or a post where you're combining two things that people typically don't see together, and it is guaranteed to work. So
I love that.
What's a way? Okay, so now we're gonna bring you into this a little bit, right? Can you extend the time so I don't want to lose you. If you don't mind.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Yeah, hit add time.
Press the button.
Okay, there we go. Accept. All right, here we go, dude. We're gonna write an award-winning fucking ad right now. Okay.
Yeah.
And then we got to get to my buddy Simon. I need to talk to him. So, let's write this award-winning ad, right? So, okay, bring me into your world a little bit. What's the biggest obstacle you have right now? Is
it's generating the prospects right now. And
generating.
I'm on LinkedIn. I have the presence. I'm commenting on people's posts. I'm trying to, put my name out there.
When people work with you, not during the process of like the prospect becoming engaged and paying, after they experience working with you, what do they talk about? What do they say?
Oh, dude. It's like, dude, you didn't even tell me anything. You just sat there and listened to what I needed. And you said, here's what you need. You want it? Yeah, okay, get it. Like,
Okay,
I don't sell. I serve.
Right. So we already identified one thing that makes you special, right? It's the degree and depth of which you listen to your clients, right?
Right.
What are now, like, this is where everybody fucks up, right? They say, like, well, I listen to my clients like, tell me what that actually tactfully looks like. When you say I go the extra mile, everybody says that, but give me an example of a time that you went the extra mile for a client.
Okay. So with certain insurances, you can't, if you have a gap, you lose your previous insurance. So because lawsuits take about 5 years.
Right.
So if there's a gap of insurance, the insurer will go, okay, peace out. I'm not covering you 5 years ago. There was a gap. I was able to fill that gap and still continue someone's retro date from 5 years ago, even though there was a gap. People
Kyle,
can't do that. That's impossible.
Kyle, how many people know about this gap thing?
Oh, very few. I mean,
oh shit, very few people know about this, right?
Yeah.
So then, what does that tell you?
If people need to hear
it. Have you posted about it yet?
Oh yeah, I mean, I can post about it until the cows come home.
But okay, so like I want you to understand, this is how niche works. You could literally be the gap guy, and you could go super deep on that one specific, because like that's what all of us did. Sam will vouch for this. I told myself I was going to be the individual that edited videos longer than anybody else. I became obsessed with one very hyper specific thing, not script, not content, not community, not algorithms, not all that. I wanted to be able to say, I am known for the crazy edits that I do. That is it. And then you're known for one specific thing, right? And you are the absolute best, 0 out of 1 at one specific thing, right? What's that one specific thing for you? Is it going to be the gap thing? I'm sure you have 10 of them if you really thought about it, you know? Like, what else would give me another one just so we could play off?
So military background, right?
There you go. Huge.
For sacrifice. I'm
Right.
bringing that into the insurance world, where I'm not a sleazy salesman trying to get a quick buck. I'm trying to serve you because I think you'd stay with me longer if I could give you value versus price. And secondly, you would refer me to your friends if you appreciate that I'm not trying to make a quick buck off of you, thus generating more for my book, right?
Right.
So my whole scheme is I'm trying to build the foundations of, I'm not looking for the policy that makes me the most money. I'm looking for the policy that's making you the most money. So you don't
love
have to
that. And another thing, so you brought in the military aspect, right? Like, it's just like when you see a person that has like a really developed body, like it's not so much about having big biceps and a big chest. It's more about what it says about the person. This person's dedicated. They're committed. They work hard. When somebody goes to the military, what are the words that we associate with them? They've got your back. No man left behind. We protect. We serve, right? So what you want to do is you want to lead with language that is very relevant to somebody in the military. You know, and how can we relate? Because all that we do in marketing is we're creating bridges between what they know and what they don't know. And we use metaphors and analogies and examples to help create that bridge between what they know and what they don't know. They know military. They know it a lot. How can we start creating a bridge between a military experience that you had and then a way in which it relates to what you do now? And then that's a great way of generating more, you know, customers, prospects, clients, engagement relating to the military, right? But the whole game is you're just taking stories, situations, scenarios, and you're making them relevant and tying in what you do, your specialty, right? And I think that that's a great place to start from a content perspective.
Okay. So switch it up every day. Maybe a post here about insurance. The next post would be about me and my background and military.
But create
a video here.
But the key
a graph there.
is create that bridge. And if you want, come a little bit later, call a little bit later, and we'll walk through an entire script, word for word.
Yeah.
Dude,
I appreciate
call back.
it.
I'm going to be here for 24 hours. Call back, and we'll do it word for word with you.
All right. I appreciate
All
you.
right.
Thanks, Sam. Thanks, team. And I'll catch you guys next time.
All right, perfect. So, Sam, I think our time is ending, buddy.
Yes,
My
sir.
God, I don't know how you're gonna. Who's gonna follow that? Who's gonna follow that?
I think y'all are doing just fine on your own. So I mean, you could carry the whole show by yourselves if you wanted. But I'll be back later this evening. I hope maybe sometime past midnight, so I can interview Jonathan a little bit and help him just kind of get through. So thanks for having me on. I'll see you all later. I'll keep checking in.
Take care, buddy. Thank you so much for your
Sure,
contributions.
thank you. All right.
Now I gotta
Simon, but before that, can you please finish my audit on my post?
Yes. Okay. So Ellie was
I think I know what you're gonna say, but
yeah. So
can I tell you what I think you're gonna say?
go for it. Yeah.
I think you're gonna say that I should have started with like rather than being like download Owwll, first tell them like what they're gonna get and like the value, and then I did it backwards because I was stressed about getting the video done in under a minute.
Okay. So
Is that what you were gonna say?
compliment sandwich. The delivery was surprisingly good. I think what was surprisingly good. What I think was weak was the hook, the way to capture their attention.
Yeah.
Because if you don't nail those first 3 seconds,
Switched,
the rest is
I did
irrelevant.
it backward. Like I should have said, you can call in and get advice for free on your business with these amazing experts. How you do it is download Owwll. I started with the download.
Right.
But I already made it. I already posted it. So, oh well.
At
I'll
the end
learn
of the
better for
day,
next time.
Remember, guys, we're not making movies. We're making TV episodes, right? So, like, at the end of the day, you have a fresh start tomorrow. The only thing I know is you didn't post yesterday, so you don't have any data for today. That's all I know. So that's why you need to post it. But
I posted
I would
yesterday.
say, well, you post every day. So then if you just had a mindset that I'm going to make it 1% better, and
You
you
can
add
put a hook, a text hook. So that's what I do.
a text hook
My
is great.
text hook is get free business and branding
We
advice
love
in
it.
the next 24 hours.
Ready?
So,
All right.
All right, and that's a wrap. I'm gonna leave, and we're gonna bring in Simon. So
Oh boy. So among the reasons why we're here is hey Simon, why are we here, buddy? I obviously I love these 24-hour live streams, and I love the challenge of it. I love supporting Owwll. I love helping people generate more leads for their business, but this guy in the room right here, he knows a couple things, and he knows that I went on a trip to Amsterdam. We've been friends for quite a while. We've worked together. We've collaborated on some projects. I went to Dubai in November. Great trip, but that time I had a chaperone. I had Natalie. This time I didn't have a chaperone, so I'll let Simon tell the story from how he experienced it. But essentially, I had a little bit of a catastrophic accident over there that really shook me more than anything else I've experienced. You guys know that I've dealt with addiction and infertility and homelessness and job loss and breakups and all kinds of stuff. But this time my legs got taken from me for a little while. So Simon, maybe just tell this story and then we'll share what we've learned through this experience, because there's so many business parallels, life parallels. You guys are about to learn a lot. So Simon, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good, buddy. You're doing great. And thank you for having me on. So, you like adventure, and this is what it got you. So
perfectly said.
Oh
boy.
So yeah, look, I don't want to spoil too much because you have some videos and some stuff that you want to share.
We're gonna be showing it tonight. We're gonna have a big video release tonight. I can't wait. But yeah, dive into it.
Let us just say that somebody went on a video shooting with me. Lo and behold, I didn't know anything would happen. Some jokes were said during the shooting. I'm a professional, ex-professional wrestler, blah, blah, blah. And then, of course, bad luck happened, really bad luck, because, how did we know that the guy that we were doing a shooting with had a private gym down his basement? And how did we know that he had a boxing ring? And the worst part is, how did we know that it was slippery as hell? So John got in the ring, had a freak accident, broke both of his legs right in front of me. And I think you are absolutely still traumatized. I'm also traumatized. But buddy, seeing you there lying on the bed in the hospital, I just thought like, Can I go back in time, please? Please send me back in time. Let's not do the shooting.
Oh my gosh. And it was so funny because it was I was supposed to be on the shoot, but maybe I shouldn't have been in that situation at that moment.
No.
And it was the second take. That is the part that
Yes.
stays with me. It was the second take. We didn't nail the first one, but we did it again.
No.
But something that I want to explain, because I think it's important while we're talking about something that's sensitive, is I am a trained professional. It was not Simon. It was not anybody involved on set. It was not the ring. It was, I am a professional, and I was not actively prepared, and I didn't think through the skit that I was supposed to do as a professional, and I was the one guiding them on how I wanted to approach it. So no responsibility on them. That was my own crazy doing. I just had to preface that. No responsibility on anybody involved. But
you know, John, you should have never been there. Like, first of all, my Russian camera crew didn't come through because they didn't get the visa to the Netherlands. Then the backup guy was also not there, and the backup guy that was there that got sick that morning didn't want to come, and then there was you left, and look what happened now.
Right. And of course I was a trooper. I was like, screw it, Simon, let's go do it, you know? But greatest lesson of my entire life. I am so, and Simon knows this, we talk candidly almost every day offline. So grateful that it happened, because the beauty of perspective that it's provided with me, and it's the way that it's inspired me to push forward and grow. We need those obstacles. We need those challenges. The way that I can relate to people deeper because of the things that I've dealt with in my life is a reflection of the content we create. You know, in those moments, like when you're alone and you're able to feel things deeply, you know, you create more connection with more people. So why not? And the beauty of it is not necessarily the situation, but the person that it makes you in the process. I feel like my confidence is different. I feel like the way that I talk to people, and it's like, even though it seems crazy, it's the best thing that has ever happened to me. And I don't mean that in like some kind of like pretentious way. The growth that happens through life's biggest obstacles, there is no price that you could put on that. And the crazy thing is recognizing the people that I have really in my corner. And yeah, I have an audience. I have people watching right now, but I'm telling you, people like Jason, Ellie, and Simon, this guy right here on the camera, I would trade every follower that I have for that guy. And I want you guys to understand, anybody that has a social media following, you think that people were sending me messages and wishing me well? Not as many as you'd think. But people like that guy right there was calling me, was getting me things, was picking up my prescriptions. Those are the people that you need to do this for. You're building a personal brand. Hope to God that you find a Simon or a Jason or an Ellie, because I would trade everything I have for people like that. And that's the biggest lesson I've learned from all of this. Influencer, followers, whatever bullshit. When life gets real, you lean on those 3 or 4 people that you have. And that was the biggest lesson by far.
Thank you so much. Really, thank you. I'm just glad that we got you back home. And
what do we talk about after this? So I break both of my legs in Amsterdam, and then they've got to figure out how to get me out of the ring.
Oh man, that was just one part. How did we get you from the hospital to Florida? Like,
it's such a blur, but yeah. So basically, I was in a foreign land. Simon is originally from the Netherlands, right? But I was in a foreign land. He had to go at the end of the weekend, and Simon, poor guy, he's like, maybe you can stay with a family member. Maybe I can find a friend. This guy's like trying to do anything to not abandon me in a foreign country. And then we finally, we figure out a way to get me back. They shoot me up with a bunch of stuff so that I don't get blood clots. And 3 days later, I'm back in the United States recovering. Craziest thing. But yeah, thank you, Simon. Thanks for sticking with me during that time, because how scary is that? You're in a foreign country. You can't walk. Your legs are broken for the first time in your life. And you have no friends, no family, nothing. And your only lifeline is your client that is wondering, what the hell did you get into?
Yeah.
So it's been quite the journey. But Simon, I feel like we're talking about you, but nobody knows. what you're doing or what your involvement is in this. So if you could tell people, I mean, Simon's a pretty big deal on LinkedIn on his own. He's got a ton of followers. He does something really interesting. I want him to just share it, but Simon, if you could get into you a little bit.
Yeah, look, I'm just learning from the best, which is you. I just saw some of your content back in the days, and I was like, look, maybe I have a little bit of a story in me as well. I talk about investments, about financial growth, and also launched my own story where I speak with people. It's getting real with Simon, and that's what we were actually doing in the Netherlands. I had some people that we were supposed to shoot the video with, and no, look, I just, my journey, it's about helping people getting wealthier and financial freedom and all that. But for me, when I think about content, it's all about fun, John. I mean, we were having fun until that happened, right?
Absolutely. And I couldn't agree more. And I think, if there's anything that I could say about Simon is he's a relationship guy. He's a big relationship guy, and when you're trusting people with your money, when you're trusting people with your success, when you're trusting people with your future and your family's future, like I want to align with people that I trust in my life. And here's a guy that when I had nothing, he didn't have to do everything that he did for me. He didn't have to show up at the hospital. He didn't have to, like, he brought his mom. He brought his mom to the hospital because I needed that. I needed that energy. So just imagine what a guy with a heart like that will do with your retirement, will do with your investments. And I'm not pitching him. You guys know me. I don't pitch. But I will say that this is a very quality human, and you should reach out to him if you're reaching a point where you want to start investing. So yeah, great guy. And also his content is fire. Not only is it fantastic because I'm helping him a little bit, but the reason why Simon and I get along is because we're so similar and we have very similar stories. So if you've ever liked my stuff, Simon, if you could just drop your link so that they can support you too. So all of that said, while we're wrapping up Simon with you, it's been such an incredible journey, but yeah, like the opportunities when I talk to you guys about the places I've been able to visit and the places I've been able to see that I never thought I'd be able to go to. This guy right here. So he's definitely hooking it up. So Simon, anything else you wanted to share before you jump off?
No, I just want to wish you a lot of good luck and fun.
Yeah.
And, see you in Bangkok.
We're playing in Thailand. So
Okay,
that'll be the next link to police video. Simon's a recurring character now. So we'll see more of that, guys. Simon, thank you so much, buddy. Like, God bless you, dude. And please, if you guys can do me a favor, reach out to Simon, give him some love, because there is not a way that I can show this guy enough love. So please help me and do a favor and support him, because I'll never be able to make it up on my own.
Thank you. Thank you, John. All the best.
Thanks, buddy. All right, Simon. Until next time, buddy. Until Thailand. We'll see you later. All right, guys. So let's get focused, because for the next 24 hours, we're going to help you build a business, like I promised, from idea all the way to sale. So we're going to start taking calls in a moment. Now, for all of you, this is the next step, guys. So what I want you to do, I'm about to be joined by somebody else. We want to start talking about these ideas that you have for your business and how you can use Owwll to generate those leads. So for those of you that have been saying to yourselves, I don't want to keep working for the man. I want to have my own career. I want to make money for myself. It can be very scaring. It can be very overwhelming, because a lot of times we don't even know where to start, right? So what I'm going to be breaking down and demystifying is this process all the way from A to Z. And like I said, we'll have experts coming in throughout the day that are going to be sharing stuff so that you can learn more about all of the different elements in business that makes you stand out. So let's get started. We're also going to be taking questions. You guys can chime in, drop them, and most importantly, download Owwll, because as we continue to ask these questions, and if somebody can drop the Owwll link right now on LinkedIn, the whole idea is that it's first come, first serve. So if you want to ask your questions, there's no cost involved. You just jump into the app and you can ask them. We'll pull you up on screen. So you also get some free promo. Who doesn't want more attention on the profile right now, right? So let's get started with an idea. All right, and we got Jason joining us for now. So this is
I'm your 11 o'clock.
you're the 11 o'clock. So land ideal clients with Owwll. So as we jump in, we are joined by our CEO here, our founder, Jason. Purple.
Volume, just turn it down a little bit.
Yep, there we go.
Jonathan has a very loud voice. Perfect.
Beautiful. There we go. So Jason, we're here again.
Yeah.
I like the fact that this is the second Owwll 24-hour, and we just released 2.0. So I want to dive into, because I feel like a lot of people still don't understand how much opportunity there is on Owwll, but I think people need to be walked through the process step by step so that they can understand it.
I think they do. That's
Yeah.
why I'm here.
That's why you're here. I mean, you
Landing
invented the
your
whole thing.
Ideal clients through the Owwll app, but of course using these other tools as well, LinkedIn, Instagram,
Right.
and put them together
Right.
with Owwll
Right.
and generate more opportunities.
Right.
For your business. That simple.
I agree.
But
And-
before we get that, we have to have a timeout. You know, a lot of people are expecting a lot of Celsiuses to be had, and I don't even see one open. Can you explain to our audience what is happening right now? Why have you not opened, I guess, the seal?
I
You're
don't
looking
know.
at it, you're like, I don't know.
I mean, Jason, if you know anything, can I get a nice fresh cold one?
Oh, this is warm. They're in the
Oh,
fridge.
we need to get
Our producer-
let's get a cold one.
We're gonna get a cold one. How dare
Jason,
that gentleman come into the
Jason,
studio
okay.
with an open can of Celsius.
Okay, when was the last time you did like one of those frat bro drinking nights? How long has it been, Jason? How many years?
I don't do those nights anymore. Maybe,
All right.
maybe one a year.
Do you remember like the whole thing about like breaking the seal?
Oh, of course.
Once you break the seal,
No, that's why I
you're
said
done.
that.
So I'll get started, but I was kind of trying to avoid that. I don't want to be going to the bathroom every 20 minutes once we get started. I wanted quality time in the chair.
Okay, then
You know?
we don't have to do this. We don't have to do this.
No, but it's fine. I'll get started.
peer
You
pressure
insisted-
here.
You insisted, so I'm going to get started. So what do we got?
Because now we're going to start a bet. Everybody out there, please, in the comments, the winner who gets it right. You got to put it in the next hour down. How many Celsius Jonathan will drink through 9 a.m. tomorrow morning? If you get it right, you get a $20 bonus in your Owwll account.
$20 bonus.
So go ahead. You can
So
only
that means
guess
you can
one
almost
time.
call
So I'm not going to
Jason.
sit there and watch everyone do like 6, 8, 12. Nope. You get one. Your first comment in the
Can I give
LinkedIn
them
feed.
and I'll give you guys a clue.
No clues.
No clues?
No
we can't
clues.
tell them how many I drank last
No,
time?
they got to watch last year's.
Oh shit. All right, yeah.
Take a look at the table. and
Fine.
get
The
an idea.
clue is go on my page and find the last stream that we did last year, and you'll find the answer somewhere in there. That's the only clue I'm allowed to give. Sorry, guys.
Okay,
so
now back to the
lead gen.
The lead gen. Okay, so I'll just jump right into it because no different than Instagram and LinkedIn. Too many people are just posting and waiting for leads. It's really simple, right? And that strategy works for approximately 1% of people, right?
Yeah.
But if you're not in that 1%, you have to create more action on the outbound side, right? When I look at my success, in the financial service business, on the Shrimp Tank podcast, the Owwll podcast, and even of course with Owwll, right? How did we get over 8,000 people to click the download button, right? It didn't happen from a social media post. It happened with straight action and hard days, right? Long days, and really simple with Owwll. It's making outbound calls, right? People are sitting there available at $1 right now and waiting for you to call them, right? But instead, you're going to go into the app and say, let people call me. It always feels better. You get the tingles. Ooh, someone's calling me. They want to partner with me. They want to collaborate with me. They want to gain some knowledge from me, right? You'll get the tingles when someone calls in. But outbound calls is where the magic happens, right?
And Jason, I'm going to say a lot of it, most of it is shame. And we're going to talk about it. I experienced a little bit of that this week, but I feel like so much of it is shame. So the question that I'd ask for all of you that are using Owwll and maybe not generating the leads that you want to generate, and this also applies to posting on LinkedIn, do you even believe in what you're selling? Because if you really believed in it, and I'm going to use an example, when you see a really great movie, like I'm talking about like the first time you saw Star Wars or whatever, the movie is incredible. It's amazing. It's so memorable. What do? You tell your friends, you tell your family, you tell everybody about it. Oh my God, you have to see this movie. that movie you did not create. Why are you that proud of it, but not the thing you created yourself? So if you're not that passionate about what you're selling and it's not with that kind of ease, like telling somebody about a great movie, then maybe the problem is confidence in your own offer, not the vehicles that you're trying to use to capture the offer. What do you think, Jason?
I love it. Right. And I was just watching a video by Patrick Bet-David, and he literally was talking about being obsessed. Right. And, when you look at, founders like myself, right, you see Owwll like being worn every day practically to work Monday through Friday, even on the weekends. I have Owwll Nikes, right? I put Owwll on my license plate, right? That, people just get annoyed with me, I bet, right? Behind the scenes, like, oh, this guy just doesn't stop. Owwll's everywhere, right? And
but it's like an infection because like now all I do is wear black and gold.
Yeah.
You're like infecting people, Jason. It's
mics.
Look at my branding. It's
and the coffee mugs. We have a whole bar dedicated, with Owwll stuff and gear. And
this is like an old lady's house just inundated with owls.
So I just think that, we start, our careers where, right, we kind of dabble in different things and we get committed to them because we're good human beings, right? We're like, if someone, hires us, we want to show up at the time they ask and do the job that they ask, right? But, we're not always obsessed, right? But we're committed to that. And that was the video that I was watching. And it really, struck me because I'm like, that's me with Owwll right now, right? I've always been great at what I've done in the past, but with Owwll, it's like, I know that this will impact millions of people. And I know from all the emails and the texts and the comments, right? Because if we've done it on a small scale, what's going to stop us when there's 1 million people who have downloaded Owwll? And then those comments will fly about, oh my God, because of Owwll, I met my spouse. Because of Owwll, I met my therapist. Because of Owwll, right, I met, someone who finally helped me with social media marketing on LinkedIn or Instagram, right? Because of Owwll. And I know it will happen over time, right? All our features will only get better, right? It takes a lot of time. We've been doing this approximately 4 years developing it.
Wow.
And, it's been a hard 4 years because most people in my shoes would have quit. They would have thrown in the towel and said, look, spent, X amount of my life savings on it already, right? Did not raise capital. It's too hard to raise capital when you're a mobile app. No one wants to bet on an app that typically fails 99.9% of the time. That's the stats, right? With marketplace apps like Owwll, direct to consumer, and the costs involved to keep them going and running. And then also like the community feel. But I just kept going because of people like you, because of people like Sam, right? You could tell, they're like, wait a second, these people know what they're doing and they believe in it. So they keep giving me the fuel, and the haters give me more fuel because I'm like, okay, you're like, oh, I don't want to download Owwll because I got to spend money to talk to people. It's like, I got newsflash for you. Do you take the time to put a post together?
Can we talk about that for a second, Jason?
I feel like so many people, I'm like, oh my God, you're worried about putting money in to talk to Jonathan Palmer. He's sitting there at $1. I was like, but he gives you access for $1 right now on the show. Right. And it's like, and then you could do anything. You could be like, hey, John, I want to work with you on this project, that project. You could shoot your shot. Right. But if you're in the DMs, wasting time for hours DMing people and getting no success, it's like, hello, like this is a valuable lead source.
Right. And like, what do we understand about sales, guys? What do we understand about sales? The longer that you wait on a prospect and the longer that you wait for them to make other options, the more you're losing. I don't have time for that. If somebody engages with my post, I want to talk to them right now when they're hot. Absolutely. They're interested. If I take the risk of sending an outbound message, maybe they see it, maybe they don't. I have their number. I could just talk to them right now. They're online. The probability of success is much higher. And I want that cash today. I don't want that cash a week from now, 2 weeks from now, 60 days from now, if I even close a deal. Remember, guys, the more friction we can remove between the transaction and the person, the higher the success rate.
Yeah.
So I'd rather have a 10-minute call.
Of course. And all lead sources, when you look at sales companies that track the data, it's everything that you just mentioned, right? When I was selling life insurance over the telephone, it was very simple. Lead came in, the quicker you called it, the better the success. It was super simple, right? But I'm going to go back to my early days in my 20s when I was growing my business, right? Everything is about the start of the funnel at the top, right? And I get annoyed at the people that were managing me talking about the stupid funnel every single week. How many times did I have to hear about this stupid funnel? But you know something? They were right, Jonathan.
I hate the shit too.
Right? The funnel was simple, right? They said, okay,
basic.
Here's what you want, right? You want to make 100 grand, right? And let's go backwards, right?
Reverse engineer.
And over
Reverse
here,
engineer.
you get to work every day at 8, 9 a.m. in the morning. What are you going to do? What's the activity? And it was really simple. You could sit on the phone and cold call all the time, right? 100 cold calls would land you like 5 people on a telephone call, and maybe one would consider having a future meeting with you, or go out and talk to people, human beings, good old fashioned way. How you do that? Seminars, right? How else? You call people up and say, hey, could I speak at lunch and bring in some pizza, right? I went to a lot of hospitals, talked to a lot of physicians. I went to firehouses, police stations, 7 in the morning, where others didn't want to wake up to get there at 7 in the morning. And guess what? If I spoke in front of 30 police officers or 30 firefighters and just told them generally what I did and how I could help them, it was not rocket science. A few of them were interested. And then from Monday through Friday, here's that top of the funnel. This is the basket. These are the people interested. And guess what? It sucks. You get these people that were interested, and what do? You got to call them, and then they don't pick up. And you're like, shit, I thought they were interested, right? They were so excited. They wouldn't stop talking to me in person, but we all been there before. They talk to you in person. Then when you try to set a meeting, they're gone, right? They just unfortunately wasted your time there, and then also wasting your time then through that sales pipeline. But you get better. You get better at realizing, like, call them quick and be done. Move on to the next, because it's all a data game. And eventually, you have meetings. And eventually when you have meetings, and again, you're genuine, you tell them what you do, and you have, a clear, process, then eventually it goes 10-3-1, right? 10 meetings were scheduled, probably 3 or 4 canceled or no-showed. And then eventually sat with like 3 qualified folks, and then 1 did business with you. I did that for 10 years straight in New York City to build a whole entire financial service practice that was scalable, right? And then I did the smartest thing ever, right? I moved to South Florida with nothing, right? And then I started the Shrimp Tank, and I started all over. Shrimp Tank was my way to meet people through podcasting, because I saw the writing on the wall. That was a unique experience, and others weren't doing it at the time. And in person, because less were doing it in person, was a lot harder, right? And then at that point of the process, how did I do? I got to go to LinkedIn. I just started firing off DMs, right? And getting my first person who had no idea what they were walking into, and it worked, right? My relationship with FAU, same thing. Like, that didn't happen by accident. I just reached out cold turkey and said, hey, you guys want to do a show together? And they're like, that sounds great. You're going to pay for everything. Like, make it easy for the other person.
So the question that I have for you, because like on the surface, number one, it sounds, it's all clear, but overwhelming at the same time.
Yes, very.
What would you, thank you. What would you say to a young individual, or maybe a mom or somebody that uses Owwll, but maybe they're not to a point where they have a lot of capital? What can they do in the meantime if they don't have like a studio, or they don't have the capital for something like that?
Well, again, going back to like the actions that I took in my 20s, like, I had no money, right? Most people are just using that as an excuse, right? We've never been in society like where we are today, with how inexpensive shit is to be an entrepreneur, right? It's not a cost to be on Instagram. It's not a cost to be on TikTok or LinkedIn, right? And it's not even a cost to have a website anymore. Right, you could go to Google and they'll give you a free 1-page website.
Yep.
And you could put yourself out there. Then you could get Google reviews. So it all starts with just your personal actions to make all that crap happen, right? Versus saying, oh, I don't have money, I can't do a podcast. Yes, you can. Podcasts are free. Have Instagram. That's a podcast. Go live with somebody.
Right.
And sometimes that's better than all the fancy shit, to be blunt.
Right.
It's crystal clear with your iPhone. Everyone's got an iPhone or an Android
And
device.
Jason, I want to tell you about the most, like, if you guys are making a single excuse right now, I'm going to give you the biggest hack on Owwll that could make you so much money. But I know that most of you are not going to take action on it.
No.
I know you're not going to do it. Jason did you guys a massive favor. He doesn't even know about this. I saw it. And if I were you, like, I don't have leads and I want leads right now, there's a massive opportunity. I haven't even told Jason about it, and I know it, and I see it on Owwll. Jason has added a feed where you can post now.
No one does anything on there. It's my
nobody is posting. Nobody is. There's no comments.
Very few.
I'm telling you right
but
now.
It's almost me and Brian Struber.
This is LinkedIn in like 2017.
Yeah.
This is Bitcoin in 2012, where everybody's like looking around. They're like, where are all the opportunities? I'm never early on anything. I never get to be early on the market. I always get there too late when it's already too many people. You have no competition. You have literally nobody posting in that feed right now. You could be at the top of the feed for a week right now.
Pretty much.
You could for a week. So if you make a post, hey, I'm looking for help with social media. Hey, I need leads for my attorney practice. You are sitting there with a free ad at the top of Owwll with hundreds of people looking at it every day. That is how lazy you are. So don't sit here and tell us that you have excuses when literally you have an opportunity right in front of you. What do you think of that, Jason? You're just it's just right there.
That was a recent, version of the app about 4 months ago when we launched that feature. And I'm just in shock because it's free advertising. You literally can post something. You can't do self-promotional stuff.
Right.
But you say, hey, I'm looking to speak with this type of individual. Right. And then others in the community go in and tag those individuals. Let's say you want to learn about AI. I could tag a bunch of business owners I've had on my podcast and be like, talk to these individuals.
Right.
Right. And that business owner's like, okay, I talked to an interested prospect about AI and they want my services. Like it's like a home run right now and no one's in there. And
free advertising space.
We're actually giving you metrics even tied to helping others. So every time you tag someone, you get a point. So it makes you look good. So I think I'm in second place. Brian Struber realized. So he keeps tagging people and then he gets points because Owwll's all about a community. And we're trying to really cater to the givers that take the time to read those posts and tag the correct individuals. Because let's say you need LinkedIn help, for example, right? Of course, I'm going to tag Sam Swirsky. I'm going to tag you, right? And some of the other influencers that are joining us today because they know LinkedIn inside and out. But ready, if I tag you, hey, this person needs help with LinkedIn, and you get a notification, like you're like, lead, right? This could be $1,000 to $3,000 paid opportunity per month for the next, 6, 12 months, 18 months, whatever it might be, right?
Which, again, I'm living proof. I've had clients that were on the last 24-hour podcast that are still clients on this 24-hour podcast.
He had to come back. He's like, I'm finally needing some more.
Right. It's like I'm drying out a little bit, Jason.
We're going to do a 24-hour binge again.
If I do 100 calls today, I should, based off of his metrics, get about 5 deals.
Everybody out there in the comments, can we do something? Comment to John Fieldy. He is obviously the CEO of Celsius Beverage. What I want to try to do is get him to stop in at some point.
That would be amazing. Tag him.
Tag that guy. Anyone you know from Celsius. Their office is like
records.
5 minutes down the road. And I think it would be fun to have him stop by at like 8 or 9 in the morning.
While you're at it.
At the finale.
While you're at it, tag Shailene at Owwll. We would also love it if she stopped by.
Oh, that's the one we met at Podfest.
I think that's where it was. I don't know.
Oh, yes.
I've been checking out her Instagram, not obsessively, but
she's a brand ambassador.
Yeah. So if she,
So back to the Owwll side of things. When you were talking about, no excuses,
right?
The whole money aspect. That's very, very important because everyone in Owwll 2.0 is an expert. They do not have to pay for those extra features anymore, and they could take calls at $1. And here's the thing: everyone who's sitting under new Owwlls right now is $1. Right? Until they upgrade to pay $10 a month, then they can alter their price. When most people are new to this platform and they're going to be like, well, I get to take calls, make calls at $1. Let me just kind of hang out, and see how this operates. Right. So what's happening right now is we have hundreds of new Owwll experts under that category. So go to New Owwlls and ready for this. Where else can you spend like $5 in a day and call 5 additional prospects, people, opportunity, whatever you want to make from these calls? You can't just solicit them, of course, because they're leaving you real, but just network with them, just like you did at a local event. You walked in and you had a conversation, see where it went. And what other platform for $1 can you instantly gain access to top professionals, right? That's not going to last for that long.
Right.
Eventually, people are going to be like, wait a second, I call the new people. Now, the new people are going to be like, wait a second, I don't want to charge $1 if I have this much demand. So over time, it's just going to be a little circle where the new people upgrade, start charging $3, $5, $10 to kind of, limit the amount of inbound calls they're receiving because they want, certain types of people calling them, the quality, of course.
Jason, do you like skydiving?
I've never done it, but I would definitely do it.
You would definitely do it? There's no way I'm going to ever skydive. Like, no matter what you did, you will never convince me to skydive. I'm just like not going to do it. You can't convince me to get on a plane, get up there and jump off. I'm just never going to do it. Right. But there are people that are passionate about skydiving and they have no shame about skydiving. They love skydiving, right? Not my kind of people. What you need to realize is that people that use Owwll are like people that do skydiving. Okay, you're already in a community of people that are skydivers, right? So you shouldn't feel awkward approaching another skydiver because you guys do the same thing, right? When somebody chooses to download Owwll, that's not something that everybody does. So they are very similar to you. You guys are a lot more similar than you think, right? You both see a very unique opportunity like skydiving that is a little extreme, it's a little different, it's a little edgy. That is Owwll, right? So again, like when you find those people on this app that are professionals, don't be shy about calling somebody. They're way more like you than you think. You know, we all kind of have similar mentalities. That's why I can work with Jason. Yeah, I'm a little more extreme than he is, but at the end of the day, our hearts are similar, and you'll be surprised. You will find your people on that app because you downloaded it just like them. You saw something that they saw. So don't have shame. And I feel like a lot of that is that, Jason. People are just a little shy. They're like, I don't know. I don't know if I want to reach out to this person. I don't know if it's going to fit. And you find, wow, you guys are a lot more alike than you think.
Well, it's interesting you're bringing this up because, you know, with Owwll 1.0, I recognized that was the issue, right? With Owwll 1.0, you downloaded the app. We gave you a $10 bonus to try it out, to call other people. But there was so much fear on calling someone that you did not know.
Right.
And what I did realize is the people who, you know, upgraded to an expert, typically 90% of them would take a call first even. So even those people who are willing to put their credit card in took a call. So I was like, wait a second. Everyone loves Owwll once they take a call. Once they have the experience and someone's calling them because there's less fear. So I said, well, how do I do Owwll 2.0? It's simple. We're going to have it that everyone can take a call without putting their credit card in. And I pretty much had to change Owwll completely, how someone onboarded the app. Not easy to do. There was a lot of code changes. Our developers worked for 4 months making all these code changes. And thankfully, we're here now. And we have a platform with all these hundreds of new experts sitting in that category now. And they could take a call. So it's so cool that you could request them to make themselves available. And now you get those tingles like somebody wants to talk to me right now, right? It's a valuable opportunity on the line.
And this is like such a great lesson for all of you watching when it comes to marketing. We call it the quick win. A quick win. When somebody puts in a credit card number or when somebody commits themselves to something, right? That is when they are the most vulnerable as a customer. They're like, all right, I made a commitment, but I haven't seen the other side of it yet. They haven't come through yet, right? Where's the reciprocity, right? So when you have a quick win, like somebody calls you, then all of a sudden people say to themselves, oh, okay, I feel a little bit more confident with what I just did. I just downloaded this app. I received a call. I feel a little more confident. We have such a strong responsibility to create that confidence, create that safety, and that's what Jason's doing. So I think that was a brilliant idea, is building that confidence. It's a behavior.
And as a founder of a brand, and this goes for any brand, is sometimes you got to look at the data and take your ego out of it. You can't just keep keep just saying like it's them. It's them. It's, you know, they just have to learn more. And I was like, you know, at first I did. I was like, you know, once I get higher quality professionals and influencers and celebrities on here, then the others will just follow and come along. But I was saying that for like a year. Then I said, well, maybe it's an education issue. Maybe I have to do more Zooms and just educate people on how the platform works. And then they'll eliminate that fear. And then I realized like, no, it was not working. I had to pivot if I want to stay in business. And some people were pissed off, right? They're like, wait a second. Like, you know, now, you know, I have to pay $10 because some of these people were kind of on the house for a little bit of time where they were only taking calls. And I'm like, yeah, you're taking calls because it's very simple. You're not putting $1 into the platform. We're not charging you to have a profile, and you just make yourself available. And if someone calls, you get paid, right? And then on top of that, you get paid twice if they book you in your real business. For
oh, and isn't this such a great business lesson? Yeah.
Yeah. So I just pretty much realized like, you know, if some people are annoyed, it is what it is because Owwll can't survive in the current model. So we're going to have to pivot. And that's what we did. And we're seeing great results right now. We're seeing people upgrading and paying $10 a month. And really, it's not even $10 a month. It's to hold you accountable. You get a $10 credit. Pitching like, well, I don't want to pay for a mobile app. I was like, are you not in business? Like, what are you talking about? $10 a month. You get a $10 credit. And that's good to use for 30 days. You can make 10 calls outbound in 30 days. and meet 10 new people if you just stick to the dollar price.
And this is from a user that has experienced positive business results, real positive business results. Jason will tell you the truth. I always have a massive balance on my, I never withdraw my money. I keep it in there. And I'm sure, Jason, the people with the biggest balances that they keep in their account are also the people that are the most successful with it, which is ironic, right?
$3,000 in there. No, but
the irony is you'd think, oh, well, this is an opportunity for me to constantly pull cash out of. But I feel like the people that are the most successful, they always have a balance.
You have $44. We're showing the balance now. New feature. But you
I never pull out. I never pull out because that's not, to me, what the app is for. The app is for, if I open it up, I've got $40 worth of people I could call right now to generate $40,000 worth of revenue.
We're going to do it right now. Like, we're not going to even take inbound calls.
No.
Right? We're going to just look around and call people. So right now,
Let's do it.
I'll use an example. I've spoken to this individual before, Brianna Peters, right? She's the founder and owner of Gotham Podcast Studios, right? You could read right here. She's interested in collaborating on podcasts, marketing, and entrepreneurship. Well, what do you know? I'm a New Yorker. I visit New York all the time. Wouldn't it be great to know someone who has a 5,000 square foot facility in New York City and be able to stop in and interview some people I know in New York City once in a while? Right. But also,
you see his process?
Refer people to her and be like, hey, this guest, that came from my show is going to be visiting New York City. They've loved the experience to swing on by and do a show. Do you have any hosts that would be a good fit for them? Right. She knows all these different hosts that come in all the time. Right. And ready for this, of course, her hosts need guests. They could use Owwll. So it's a win-win all around. But ready, most people would see this profile and be like, $8, 10 minutes, $8. I don't know. John, is it worth 8 minutes to get through to a founder of a brand like that?
If you believe in your own abilities, then 1,000%. Reminds me of sales.
Because this is the thing. Your other choice would be DMing them and trying to get on their schedule, waiting 3 weeks. And you know what? That all took an hour of my time. An hour of my time is worth a lot of money. To a lot of founders, it's $100, $200, $5,000, $10,000, $1 million, right? Everyone has different price rates.
But it's because you don't want to step outside of your comfort zone.
Most people, it's more than this $8 call. It's just that they can't ever write that down, right? And when you look at any coach that coaches entrepreneurs, they always say is like, stop doing $10 to $20 tasks. Get those out of your system. Right. Yet everyone still does it. They still go on social media all the time and try to comment, DM people. It's like, well, right here, Owwll eliminates all that, because isn't a lot of times the point on those platforms to get a meeting, right? And talk to the other person. Well, now for $8, you just eliminated all that. So we're literally going to do it. We're going to call.
And in a world that continues to be more automated and automated and automated, you're going to stand out creating that human connection. Right. And I'm telling you right now that nothing converts like a human connection. So before you completely take yourself out of your business, consider keeping some of these elements a part of what you physically do. You can put the content on autopilot. AI has gotten far, but you can't. Conversion is not something I'm willing to take a risk on.
Yeah.
When I have a prospect and I know they're hot, you think I'm going to give them a checkout page, or do you think that I'm going to have a conversation to see if I could really help them? Right. Same thing, guys. The human touch always does better. And are we experiencing a cardinal sin on Owwll right now?
We are. But I'd like to discuss. I'm kind of happy to discuss it if she does not pick up.
Okay. I'm ready.
Because
I'm ready for it.
Sometimes you call people and what's happening is they're not going to pick up. They said they were available, but let's be upfront. Like, some people put themselves available 4 hours straight, like I do.
Right.
Like you do.
Right.
And then you jump into a meeting.
Right.
And you get this. She's not available. Oh my God. When I called, I called 100 people and only 5 picked up. 95% of the time, people do not pick up their telephones. So if your missed call rate is 60, 70% of the time they do pick up, cry me a river, right? Like, you're running a business, right? I've had people be like, I called 3 people and only 2 picked up. I'm not using Owwll. It's like, okay, go back to DMing people and getting 5 to 10% responses and waiting to get on their schedule for a month.
You know why?
To me, it's like,
yeah,
these are just excuses.
They are.
Right. And we will add, a new feature that we will roll out that will just put more accountability on the experts, where we'll put a percentage on their profile. So that way, if you see that, someone like Brianna picks up 85% of the time, you're like, okay, something probably was up, because she usually does pick up. And then all of a sudden, like, try her an hour later or 30 minutes later, right? Not a big deal. And we do have a feature that allows them to ping us to request a call back.
I mean, I look at the online feature completely different than you do. I mean, yes, like, online is good to have. Like, I like seeing when people are online. All I want to know is this person actively using Owwll. If I see them online, I'm like, okay, they're actively using it. Maybe they didn't answer now, but I know that this person is active on the platform. Let me go make a post on Owwll. Let me like see if I can like support them or like give them like accolades or whatever, like leave a comment, leave a review, whatever. There's millions of ways to get people's attention. Don't think of the one, oh, well, they didn't answer the call. Be creative, critical thinking. There's 10 other ways to get their attention. And it's up to you to find that. Nothing's easy,
Well, let's literally do it.
Let's
let's say we call Brianna, right? You could literally just go right to Instagram, right? And just literally go tried to call you, right? What happens if her app, has an old, app in there and she couldn't pick up right away? She has an upgrade to the Owwll 2.0 version. What happens if her phone's on silent? What if, pretty much, she just, was in the bathroom, whatever it might be. Like,
it could be anything.
What ifs, but she sees a message like, tried calling you, right? On the show, like, all of a sudden, like, she'll be like, oh, wow, I'll go back to Owwll, right? But here's really something really unique. Let's take it a step further. People that are not right now on Owwll, right? So when we go over to this new Owwll category, right, we could go ahead and click anybody. Like, we could click this person, request that she goes available, but then that's going to send her a text message, an email, and notification if she has those 3 settings on. But what if we took it a step further? What if we clicked her LinkedIn account like this, right? Well, we're signed out of LinkedIn, but then message her right there and say, hey, I saw that you are on Owwll. You're a new Owwll expert. Would love to have a conversation. When you're available, go online and I'd love to call you, right? Where would your odds of having a conversation with her go? They'd go straight up, right? But again, it's easier to say, oh, there's not enough people on Owwll right now that I want to speak to, and then go back to doing what doesn't work. Because what I know that doesn't work is often people continuously follow others and then complain to their real coaches or friends behind the scenes saying, oh, my biggest issue is I don't have enough customers. I can never get enough meetings, right? Isn't that the number one issue with almost everyone your clients?
Oh, absolutely.
They don't have enough meetings.
Absolutely. Yep.
Right? Or like they want to be on more stages. Like, Jonathan, help me with LinkedIn to get me on more stages. And you're like, okay, buddy, right? It's very simple. We need to get you in front of more people to have real meetings to get you on more stages.
Right.
So you use these unique strategies on LinkedIn to create content to get them DMs.
But it's not just one
angle.
And it's not just one angle. It's not just one effort, right? It's like we're doing Owwll, we're doing LinkedIn. They're all pieces. Correct. They're all pieces to it. But at the end of the day, and what we're going to get across is, guys, like there is no secret to any of this. It is literally just effort. It's time. And if you do enough of it, you will be successful. Jason, I don't know anybody. And this is like, how many people do you know that have a couple of hundred calls on Owwll and are not successful as a byproduct? If you have a couple of hundred calls, are you going to be successful?
It's hard because as long as you have a true call to action on your profile, right? It should be quite clear that some of them will do work with you.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Hi.
Gina Brown. Are you okay being recorded? We're doing some outbound calls live on the 24-hour podcast with Jonathan Palmar. This is Jason Hill. I'm sure you recognize my voice. How are you doing this morning?
Absolutely. Good morning, everybody. I'm great.
Good morning.
I'm definitely open.
Have you
Yes.
have you checked our feeds at all today? Are you watching any of the show yet?
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Hey, Liz,
you will now.
20
You're up on the
plus
86-inch television. We were just talking about you before giving you a call.
What
No pressure.
should I do? No pressure.
No pressure.
So if I switch off of the app and go to my LinkedIn, it's gonna die.
No, and it's all recorded. You could watch it later.
Good. Well, Jonathan and I were just talking about the power of outbound calls on the Owwll app and how it's really hard not to gain business if you just stay consistent with calling other human beings. So can you speak to that?
Yeah.
We notice you have a lot of calls. Can you speak to just outbound calls and creating opportunities for a moment?
I'm definitely an outbound caller.
Mm.
I like to call people that I haven't seen, or if I notice they're new to the app, or I'm just curious about their industry. If it may not connect directly with what I'm doing, but I'm just curious. And what I love about doing that is I always find extra nuggets buried
Mm.
beneath their title. So they may not say everything they do, but there may be a connection of a second or a third layer of what their hobby is, or another business venture, or some industry they were in the past. And so that's the thing that we can take advantage of using Owwll, in addition to, the first level. And then just, I'm in Los Angeles, so people are all over the country. And so that's a great thing too that I love about Owwll. Someone in, Texas, or in Georgia, or in New York, that, I'm here in LA, and we're global, social media is global anyway, but I can pick up the phone and call someone in New York, like right now. And so that's the power of the app, especially in different industries. Um, so those are the things that I
So
love. Just pick up the phone.
there's so much brilliance in what Gina shared, and I hope you're aware of that, like from a marketing standpoint. Seriously, like the fact that you understand that, like, you have to have a little bit of critical thinking. You can't just look for the obvious answers. Like I can just hearing your process. It's like you're thinking outside the box. You're not just going for the obvious answers. And something else that I want to highlight, because Jason pulled up her Instagram, and there's so many, from a marketing perspective, there's so many great things about this, right? Holistic wellness and leadership. You are a priority, not an option. You make it about your
Right.
audience. You don't make it about you. It's like, I love that. What else do you have? Ask me for my free ebook. Reach out, click. This isn't somebody that's just going on Owwll and hoping and praying and wishing that people call and say yes to business, right? This is her having an opt-in with her free ebook. This is her asking for the business. How many people don't even say reach out? No, she's saying, like, hey, I'm inviting you to my house. Come over here. Check out what I got, right? And then
Right.
clicking on a link. Coach Jenna, it's her own website. It's not a link tree. It's not a bio site. It's not a stand store.
Let's do it. Let's click the link.
Let's click on the website.
Crazy. Let's
Where we are going on a customer journey right now. You guys are seeing in real time how leads work.
But look at her name.
Look at
Top,
that.
Clear.
Yes.
Social media.
I think, Jason, wait, scroll up to the top. Do we have an owl icon for websites yet?
Oh yeah, of course. Anyway, it's just a little picture, and then you
Right.
just add a hyperlink.
But do we have like the little owl
Oh,
on
yeah,
it yet?
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we
need to
do.
do that.
We
So
do.
yeah,
We
okay, perfect. But see, from the very top, like reducing friction, right? She's got all her socials. She's got a little icon to the right top. She's got a picture of her working with clients. It's actually her. Beautiful. Press me. Hey, I'm Coach. We got to get that video working though. Is that a VSL? Is that what we're looking at there? Right there.
YouTube. Video unavailable. Playback on website, but it should work.
Beautiful.
I
What
think it
area
should.
of wellness? Love it. Body, business, a little alliteration, action. We love our little buttons, kind words, what our clients are saying. We need some testimonials, right? 90-day power. Love it.
Coach, there it
Right.
is.
We got our offers.
Oops,
There we go.
free stuff.
It's
Ooh,
perfect.
a wait list. I like it.
There we go. So now that we have you here, any questions, like anything to make your process better, any way that we could help you? She's still with us?
That's a good question.
Did we lose her?
Did we lose her? Oh, we did. Oh no.
Oh no.
I didn't. We were looking at the time.
Okay, but
Maybe we'll just
to
call
be
her back.
fair, yeah, let's call her back.
We'll give her a call. She might have heard some of that.
Yeah. Let's see if we call her back. This is your fault, Jason. Since I finished this, I'm gonna run to the restroom really quick while Jason recalls our guest and gets us primed up for a little sesh.
Go for it. Oh, she's back. She's back.
Are you with me?
Gina.
Are you with me?
When did when did we lose you? Oh no. Well, now we're losing
You
this phone
dropped-
too.
It
No,
dropped-
you're
you were saying, "Oh, I'm at the website," and I see the website, and oh my gosh! And I was like, "Are you at Coach Gina website?"
okay. Bear with me right now because we're going to get you back up on the TV. And there we go. We're back on Owwll. Call drop. We don't know. Maybe we were, finished with the 10 minutes. and then we dropped you. We're not sure, but yes, Jonathan was going through your website and auditing it, and he really liked that you had clear call to actions. Can you hear us, Gina? Gina, no, you're showing on this. Okay, Gina. I wonder if Gina is in bad cell signal and we are losing her. Okay. Well, everybody out there is watching the live stream. I'm going to give a quick demo of everything that we were just talking about when it came to the new Owwll experts. So right here, we list new Owwlls, this category that I'm scrolling through right here on the home screen every single week, right? Really, really simply put, you could see Darren and Talib are probably on a call together or somebody else speaking with them. But how unique is this? We know they're inside the Owwll app. So if we go ahead and click Darren, right, what we're going to do is we're going to follow him, right, and then notify me. There's another button when he is available. So that's going to do is right when he's off his phone call, we'll get a notification that he's available, and then we could be his next caller. And he's only listing himself at $5. And now we got Gina calling us back. We're going to see the other side of Owwll, the inbound call screen now. Okay, Gina, round 3. How's everything going? Welcome back to the show. But I don't feel like we have audio. Can you hear us? For some reason, we could hear you very lightly. Can you hear us now? Gina, we can't hear you, so I'm not sure if it's on our side. Obviously, we have a lot of components being tied to this sound system, so I'm going to hang up because our audience can't hear you, okay? Okay, so I have a feeling it was on Gina's side due to the fact that a couple calls were not going through, so I'll continue my demo here. So that's the way to take advantage of people who are on the app, of course, and then all these other individuals. What I do every single week is I click view more, and then that will show all new experts because the front line only shows 10. Then go to this filter button, and I go to rating, and we could go by price, calls taken, and then load a high like this. And then when we hit search, what's really cool about this is it's going to bring up all these new experts, right? Some just download the app, didn't put a headshot in, right? But we look like Amy. Amy's recent. Anthony's recent. Barbara's recent. And what's cool is if you start following all these new people, right, you'll get the first opportunity to get a notification when they make themselves available. Our notification system looks like this. And then pretty much stop what you're doing and give them a ring. And an opportunity will be there on your desk because you took a little bit of effort to leverage this as a tool, just like other platforms like Instagram, TikTok, right, and LinkedIn, where you take advantage of all these new folks that are coming on in and welcome them to the platform. And then here is the community hub that Jonathan was speaking about. So right here, we see Kyle. He said, I'm new here looking to grow. My toolkit professionals provide me customers value after I help, their insurance needs, right? And then I could go ahead and tag some people, based on his comment. And then hopefully he jumps on a call with the people that I tag and create some real opportunity. So we lost Gina. Jonathan, welcome back to the show. While you were gone and we're waiting for more callers, I was given a quick demo of the community hub as well as how to find these new experts that we were chatting about and leverage the platform.
So why don't we dive in? Because I feel like I gave people clues, but I want like actual action in that community tab. So imagine for a moment, because this is kind of like mind blowing for me. Imagine for a moment you had the opportunity to talk to a LinkedIn CEO and ask the LinkedIn CEO, how does the algorithm work? How can I game the system? And how can I make sure that I'm a top individual on this app? If I would have had access to the CEO of LinkedIn, I would have taken that opportunity to dominate and destroyed everybody else. So we're talking to the guy that knows the algorithm, knows how the platform works, and can give you all the secrets on how to hack it. So right now, Jason, hidden somewhere in this 24-hour live stream is the hack on how to dominate Owwll. What do I need to do to be the number one person on this platform? That's all I care about.
Make outbound calls.
That's it.
It's really as simple as that, because think about it. every single day you log in here, you're looking at different faces, right? If you look at active owls, that lists all the people that have currently made themselves available when they click this little
But I want to be like the top person at the top of the app all the time. How do I do that?
So
are there any strategies you can give me?
Oh,
I want to hack it.
That's a great point, right? So right off the bat, with Owwll 2.0, right, you can't charge more than $1 unless you hit the upgrade button, right? And you're only in one expertise category, right? So if I hit the upgrade button, here you go. Here's the secret. It's $10 a month, and you get a $10 credit, essentially making it free as long as you take this app serious and make $10 worth of calls in a 30-day period, which is like one call, right? Or 10 if you call 10 people at $1. What does that do? It puts you in 5 additional expertise categories. Lets you set your price so you differentiate yourself from others. Ability to make withdrawals, even though that really does not matter because you shouldn't really care about taking withdrawals because you want to use the money you make to spend on.
None of us experts do that.
And then you get to add more social media profiles. So right off the bat, if people can click the different links on your profile,
right?
They click your website,
right?
They click your Instagram, your LinkedIn, and see you're credible. You have a higher likelihood to get more calls. So even listed here. On average,
right? And again,
upgrade, get that many more calls. So very simple.
It's reducing friction. So, Jason, can we admit that if you pay, you do get favoritism?
Absolutely.
Okay,
that's life.
So, if you're paying, you get favoritism. We know that, number one.
So really quick, like look right here, like you could see like different categories, like Brianna Peters. Like all of a sudden she's in marketing, right? Then she's up in podcasting. She's in active owls, right? Mentorship Monday, you could be listed in and be featured on the home screen. If you charge $1 for Mentorship Mondays, we'll put you at the top row, more inbound calls. So very simple is the more categories you're in, the more opportunities to receive calls. But really, again, that doesn't matter that much.
Right.
What matters is looking down and seeing who's available and hitting the call button. And the more people you call, the more opportunities will come from those calls.
Okay, Jason's frustrating me because he's not talking about the cute stuff and like the stuff that actually works. That's like the hacks. You want to be the category leader, right? So like, I'll give you an example. McDonald's dominates the industry. They're the category leader. And what we know about category leaders is there's number one, and then there's a massive gap. And then you have 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, which are close together, right? It's how categories leaders work. They suck up all of the competition. They take up all the business because everybody wants to work with the number one person.
Well, we're going to call the number one person right now.
Okay.
Here she is. It's Shella.
This is what you have to compete with.
702 calls, 2,374 reviews. Look at her profile. Woman entrepreneur group. She's interested in networking and collaborating. Podcast, open to being a guest. LinkedIn, and I can't read the rest there. Nonprofits, empowering young adults to master their money.
And what is she set at?
Her social media skills. All this, right? And ready? She sets herself just at $3, not too high. She wants inbound calls.
This is somebody that's made 2,000 calls, 2,000 reviews, and sets her price at $3.
Wait for this. Look at all these reviews. She could take every one of these reviews and repost them every single week on LinkedIn, right? Look at what Tanya wrote. Chella was a lifesaver. I could not figure out for the life of me how to resize a banner on LinkedIn, for an event pick. Chella, help me. In an instant, right? So like, look at all this stuff. Chella's a great supporter of people. She cares. I hope Chella, you're watching. You better call us. So the point being is like, she goes in here. Look at the days. We can't make this up. This is live. 0 hours ago, she called Kyle, who just was on the show.
Now here's an important one.
And keep looking. Look, 2 days ago. It's not a lot of work. She's calling 2 to 4 people per day, 10 minutes to 30 minutes, probably on average per call, right? But when you look at business, isn't that the point? You're supposed to be calling your ideal customer.
And where was she last year around this time?
We put her on the flow of the app, actually, where, when people on board, it shows some of the benefits that Chella has received. And the one thing that she wrote that stuck out to me was no more cold calling, right? Anyone, who was in sales remembers those days of just hitting the phones and that phone getting heavier and heavier and how hard it was. So when Chella found this opportunity on Owwll, she's like, wait a second. Like everyone's priced almost practically from $1, $10, and I could just call them and they pick up. 60 to 75% of the time they pick up. They're like, this is like the best thing I've ever seen. Like, so talk about the secret. Like Chella found that secret, and she's never going back.
And what's the secret? Reps.
Just really reps. Calling people. But right, what does she do? She looks at the app, and she also recognizes that the people available when you look at the app, is just, a snapshot in time.
Right.
Right. Well, if you open it on a Wednesday, if you open it on a Saturday, there's different people. So people make the mistake. Hey, open your app. I really didn't see anyone I want to speak to. Never using it again. It's like, okay, well, this is a 24/7 platform. There's new people downloading it every single day. What if the next day it was CEO of Celsius, right? Which is in the app, by the way. But what if that was the day he took it serious and he went available, and your whole entire mission was to pick up Celsius as a brand to work with? Right now, you can do it, right? But you can if you have an excuse all the time saying, well, there's not enough people in the app. I don't like calling them. It's like, how many more people do you need? Right.
And you'll build your confidence. Like the hardest part of this process is where all of you are right now. It's like you're waiting to make that first call. Most people just sit there for 6 months, a year. You were probably watching last year. You needed to do it. Now you're watching again this year. You still didn't do it. That's where most people live. So now we've got another one coming through. Chella.
Yeah,
Chella,
we're doing what we just said that everyone should do. Call others. So we're going to call Chella.
But I'm starting to think it's because they think I'm calling Jason. Maybe I don't have the best reputation. We may have to switch it over to yours.
They know there's a lot of these folks know there's a 24-hour live
Ooh.
stream. We can switch it over to me.
Yeah.
She is right here.
I think so. But again, just demonstrates the human spirit. 2,000 calls, but it's so easy when it's broken down. 2-3 calls a day. What is that? Half an hour for your business? It's not for us. It's for you.
That's true.
Yeah. So, well, I know that Chella will be joining us at some point today because I'm willing to bet that she knows some little secrets about Owwll that a lot of people don't know, because I don't feel like you can make that many calls and not learn a couple of things along the way. Is there any other things like that, Jason? Other opportunities that you see that people just aren't taking with the app? I think the no-brainer is, at least for me, my greatest success has been keeping my price at $1. Make it so that everybody can reach out to you, because you never know. I can't tell you how many people I've talked to, and maybe they weren't the one that brought me the business, but I've actually found a lot of success from asking people, do you know somebody that might be interested in this? It takes a lot of pressure off of them, right? So I'll give you an example. If let's say that you needed to move stuff out of your apartment, right? If you ask a friend, hey, can you help me move? They're inherently a little bit more resistant. But if you say, hey, do you know somebody that maybe I could text that maybe could help me? They tend to be like, yeah, I know 2 people that I could recommend to you. Much easier ask. So yeah, just little hacks, guys, little hacks to get business, to get those leads. Maybe asking them directly is not the best way. So look at all these people we got online right now.
Look, you're online.
Even this guy.
So I used to
93.
say charge $1 because pretty much, you could alter your price to any amount when you were an expert, and you would stick out if you were $1 because you had the highest opportunity to get a phone call. But now that people know that the $1 are the people who have a basic account, right? Almost like just $2 kind of.
So I got to switch up a little bit.
Think about this. If you knew someone was a paying customer, they're taking it more serious. So if they're charging $2, you're like, this person's taking this app very seriously. There's more probably probability that more good things will come from people charging more than $1.
I feel like that's a hack. The $2 hack.
Right? It's kind of like LinkedIn Premium. If they got that premium, somewhere like they're taking it serious and they write checks quicker. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense. And I think that people maybe we just haven't adjusted as a society yet, because what I want you to understand is that one call, that $2 call is half of a McChicken at this point. And a McChicken ain't feeding nobody. So if you're worried about the $2, you can't even buy a sandwich for that anymore. I think I'd rather spend it on a lead.
Seriously. It's amazing how much whiplash that we get as a brand for the $10 thing. I was like, there are so many people that, if you think about it,
you can't go to Subway and buy a sandwich.
Pay $10 and get nothing back as a credit. We're here saying it's $10 a month and you get a $10 credit back to your account. And then you know what happens? There's more complaints. Why is it only good for 30 days? And I'm sitting here like no matter what you do, you're never going to please everybody. There will find something. If I put it from 30 days to 90 days, then it's like, why is it 90, not 280 days? Why does it ever have to expire? Right. And of course, if there's ever a day I take away the credit, oh my God. Right.
But do you feel like maybe because like we still encourage people to raise their price, and you may find that the better quality leads are the ones that pay those heavier prices, especially if you do something that's a specialty. It's a high ticket offer. It's something like what Jason does with financial advising. It maybe it pays to have the price a little higher, especially if you're an expert. Don't devalue yourself. I like setting it as $1 because I want to be able to talk to everybody in accessibility, but set your price a little higher.
Okay, we're having an app situation. So I'm gonna close out, reset the app for a second, and then restart. Because sometimes when we're on Bluetooth, we're on streaming, there's just so much going on in the show right now.
How many streams do we have running right now?
This helping us.
I see all the icons, and I can tell that I'm overwhelmed. Yeah. But something that we can talk about, which was the theme while we're getting another call going, is we were talking about building businesses from scratch. So the very first step, and we'll dive into this a little bit deeper with our experts, but I just want to get you all prepared. Get your sheets of paper out, open up your Google Docs, your ideas, quality of an idea, quality idea of an offer. Are we going to get a call? We got anybody lined up?
I don't know. I think it was that people were just on calls. Look, every time I tried to call someone, then it was on a call. Okay. We're gonna call someone new. Let's go for Christopher. I know Christopher.
Chris is a good one. He said today I am in rare form. So I would love to hear from Chris what that means. And if nothing else, do a little wrestling. He's a big fan. That was quick.
That was quick. We got someone.
Ooh.
See, it's like fishing.
He's bringing the heat today.
Christopher, welcome to the 24-hour live stream. How are you doing today?
I am doing good. Thanks, Jason. Thank you, Jonathan. It's been very. I've been taking notes. I'm getting ready for all the information. I haven't had a chance to call Sam yet, but I got a lot of great information from listening to Sam. So he's on my call list. It's kind of wild because I'm watching the video. What's going on, Jonathan? But hey, first and foremost, man, you're looking good.
Thanks.
He was talking about me. He was talking about me. Who are you talking about, Chris?
We know
I know Jonathan ripped both quads. So
there we go.
I figured it had to do with the injury,
Yeah, but you're looking good.
Thanks.
It was interesting. I think I heard. I didn't learn too much about Simon. I think I called in, but it sounded like he helped you back to the States. So it's just interesting. It's nice to have these real life connections. I'm wishing you well with the whole 24 hours. I think that's going to be a challenge. I did ping John Fieldley, so hopefully you'll get the CEO of Celsius stopping by.
Keep it going, guys. We'll highlight the comments. Thank you for that, Christopher. Appreciate you, buddy.
No worries. Yeah.
It's been a big year. Oh my gosh, huh? Like back here. So something we were talking about. So like for you, do you like for where we're at right now? And I know that you're a big follower, but do you have any marketing or branding questions?
I try to do things a little different, and I know last time we had a conversation.
I love it.
We talked a little bit about wrestling and just such a crazy year in wrestling, right? With the marketing and the branding. But the one thing that stands out to me is that wrestling is a great example of building your brand and how powerful a brand is.
Absolutely.
And not to get too much into the weeds, but you've got AEW as a company that I think has amazing wrestlers, probably better wrestlers than the WWE, but the WWE just has really compelling storylines. So trying to take that concept of
I love where you're going.
Your own brand, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Sam talked about this: 3,000 followers, right? Like you don't need 100,000 followers, especially with the algorithm. So what's kind of like your number one tip? Like I'm a recruiter, and what I find is that Boston is a very interesting market, right? Like you're going after passive candidates. But if I post a job, all the responses are AI. I'm not getting a real person. I'm getting other people telling me, I'll help you fill your job. I'm not able to find the candidates. So when I'm on LinkedIn, I'm just trying to build my brand.
Right.
So what's maybe, if I'm on here posting daily, what's one thing maybe I want to keep in mind as I'm creating my content and trying to figure out, my voice and my audience?
I love this, and I'm going to give you an answer that is wrestling related because it's going to make it really interesting and fun. So the first step, like when we're trying to create a compelling offer, and this is just a different angle, when you're pitching a show, I don't know if you guys know this, but when you're pitching a show to Netflix, the first question that the Netflix executives ask, like the big question is what? What they ask is, who's the villain? Right? So whatever the obstacle that your prospects or your clients or the people you want reaching out to you would be, who is the villain in their life? What is the villain, which is you, that comes in with Excalibur and slays the dragon? Who's the villain? So what do you feel is that obstacle? Who would be the villain in this storyline, Chris?
Okay, so
It doesn't have to be a
is that-
person. It doesn't have to be a person. It could be a belief. It could be
Yeah.
a situation.
Yeah, from a staffing perspective, the heel is.
I
the
love that. The
ATS,
heel.
right?
Hell yeah.
Right? It's the applicant tracking system, right? Like you could be the most qualified person in the world. And if you're, and I think Sam talked about this, like he was like, so surprised I got hired by the Hermoses, right? Because he's thinking he's up against 999 other applicants.
Yes, I love
So-
that. Right. You
So the
get it.
heel is the applicant tracking system. It's not that you're not good enough. They're not going to find you, right? They're probably going to time out, like a recruiter's going to close out the role before they find the right applicant. So
Absolutely.
it's how do you stand out? Because, the process is broken. The process isn't going to allow someone with talent to be found, which is life, right? It is what it is.
Right. I think if you lean into the story elements, like you actually make this process where they're not being discovered or found, if you turn that into, you give that person or you give that thing a face and a name, then people will lean in and they will hate that villain too. And it's a fun way of talking about it or creating it, but it gives an identity to the problem that they have, right? That creates the villain, the villain silhouette, if I will, right? And even if you just play into that from a storytelling perspective, like make those characters into people and you create scenarios around that, that could be very entertaining content. As long as it's something that they understand and they have to deal with all the time, they're like, oh, I know exactly what this is. And I feel like that's a great way of bringing the wrestling and the storytelling and what you're good at all together. And I think that's the key. If there's something that I've talked about with people in branding is how can we take all those little cool details about you, the little things that you like, and bring those and allow those to be a part of your content, because here's the secret behind that. You're going to be more compelled and more excited to do it if it's something you enjoy doing, right? So how can we tie those little elements in? And I think that'd be really great. What do you think?
Oh, 100%. Because I think once you can name it and you personalize it, right? I think that's you want people. You want people to be invested, right? Like
Right.
back in the wrestling, right?
Right.
Whether you're a face or a heel. If people don't care, then then the storyline stops, right? When you
Indifference
get
is
that-
death.
So, yeah, and everybody goes through that. I mean, there's not a person on this planet that hasn't applied for a job that hasn't gotten some level of silent rejection, right? Because you just, like I said, you normally don't make it through an applicant tracking system. So I think creating that story around.
Did we lose him?
We might have.
Maybe. But like the villain could be rejection itself.
Chris, if you could hear us and you're on an Android device, go back into the Owwll app. I think sometimes Androids, sometimes if they're out of the app for too long of a period of time, their voice gets cut.
Oh no.
And then that happens.
Well, I know Chris will be back.
Which is the point. You
Chris
should
is
own
a
an
good one.
Apple device, right? Isn't that the point?
The point is get an Apple.
Like we don't like the green anymore. We like the blue text, right?
Oh, here we go.
Uh-oh. What are you seeing on your side?
I am seeing Shay Rowbottom via LinkedIn just posted a newsletter about psychedelics.
We're not allowed to talk about that name on this 24-hour live stream.
Oh no, that's fine. She's talking about
Just
psychedelics
kidding.
again. She's talking about
Just
psychedelics
kidding.
again. Yeah, y'all know already.
Well, Jonathan's calling back. I mean, Christopher is. There we go. He's back, folks.
Hey,
What's up?
sorry. Yeah, I don't know if something dropped, but yeah, I was in the middle of a monologue.
Yeah, you were dropping heat is what dropped.
You were.
Yeah,
You were dropping some heat.
So basically, I don't know if this part came through, but I think it's the Daniel Bryan story, right? You fight from underneath. I think
The underdog.
You create the yes movement, right? Like, so basically, as a candidate,
Dude, I love where you're going with
right?
this. You
Right?
get it. You get it. Yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, maybe I'll do a late night call and we'll get into the whole, we'll talk some actual.
We already alluded to it. We'll get into nuts and bolts. LinkedIn After Dark. We get into nuts and bolts.
Exactly. But I think it's the storytelling, and I think that's what draws me into wrestling. Is you care about the story, right?
Right.
And I think if I can relate that story of the underdog. So as a candidate, you're fighting from underneath,
Right.
and basically, get people motivated to say, look, this is your story. You got to fight, you got to scrap, and that's how you're going to get that job. I think that's super relatable. So if that's where you're going, I'm buying into it.
That's exactly. But also, you're also leaning into a little bit of a contrarian viewpoint, because we have a society that right now is against hustle culture, right? But there's a silent minority that's starting to get louder, which is counterculture, saying no, hustle culture is we kind of need a little bit of that right now, because people are getting a little too lazy. So what I'm trying to say is you have all of the elements to make that work. Now go do it. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to come back later tonight, you can call me on Owwll, dude, and we'll break it down step by step by step by step by step.
Yeah, no, definitely. So I don't know when you'll get the breaks, but I've been loving the content.
Thanks.
So I'm gonna listen and learn. Just let me know what I can do to help. I'm happy to
just
try to help you
keep coming
get
back
through the 24.
Because I'm doing good now, but we don't know in 12, 15 hours from now how it's gonna be going. It's great so far. So thanks for joining early.
I appreciate it.
The advice is still good. All right, Chris. We'll speak to you soon, buddy. Thanks, man.
Thank you. Take care.
All right. So that was fantastic, and I love what he said. What we were talking about creating the villain in the narrative, such a powerful thing, because whether this is something that I borrowed. I first experienced it. Jason, do you remember this? Steve Jobs, his 1984 ad for the Mac computer, I believe it was, or it might have been the Lisa, I don't remember. But it was basically IBM, the big, cold computer company that's for like the government and business. And they were just like seen as this ultimate villain, the ultimate bad guy, right? Cold, lifeless machines. And then you have like this lady, she's running in the Olympics, the human spirit. And Apple said, no, we're not this cold machine company. No, we're free thinkers. We think differently. We're the crazy ones. We're creative. Who doesn't feel that as a part of the human experience? We're all a bunch of shitheads. We all make mistakes. We're imperfect, right? But we all collectively experience that. There's something inherently about us.
To that, because that's so important.
Yes.
I feel like everyone puts everyone else on a pedestal.
Yes.
They see these CEOs, these founders.
Yes.
I'm like, bullshit.
Right.
I've met so many entrepreneurs. I'm like, then you get to know them, and like they're all like one of us.
Unfortunately,
besides
unfortunately,
right. We're still trying to figure that man out, but minus him.
Right. Outside of that,
we'll meet him and we'll find out the truth. Right. And I'm like, nope, he's human like the rest of us. Well, like, speak to that for a second.
Right. And that is so important, because like it's the only thing that separates us from the gods and ChatGPT is the fact that we can make mistakes. And that is a guarantee. It is a guarantee that we will make another mistake. We're going to let people down. We're going to hurt people, but it's a matter of taking that data and then making it better. And I forgot how we got into that in the first place. What was the topic that led into that?
Just, you were speaking about just, everyone's human.
Right.
We all make
back to the Steve Jobs ad. It resonated with everybody. And that's
because we're human. That's the point that they were making. It's like, and then when you realize like, okay, like they're human, we're human, like we all get touched a little bit.
Right.
When you look at TikTok videos or LinkedIn videos, right? The ones that go viral share a lot of the shit that they've gone through.
Universal themes,
like,
yes.
You share that like you went through a tough time on a post, a week ago. Right?
Oh yeah. We should touch on that a little bit.
Walk, right? And then, but 2 years ago, like you had to switch to becoming your own, owner of a business, and like you had to get on your feet then, and how difficult that was, right? Where everyone had this high of expectations. Like that's Jonathan, the guy who puts out these crazy LinkedIn posts that go viral, LinkedIn police, and then all of a sudden, like, well, now I have to create new processes up, and you're human, right? And no different on my end. Like,
right.
I'm human. I have a wife.
There's a 2.0 for a reason.
Like, there's a 2.0. Like everyone has high expectations, and I'm like I don't know what I'm doing half the time. I just have to keep winging it until I figure it out.
There's one secret ingredient, and I'm sure you'll relate with this, Jason. It's like there's one ingredient that the best. As we're moving on to more Celsius, I like the Florida flavor. It's a nice one. I like the aesthetic.
That wasn't the ingredient. This is a short-term ingredient.
This is a short-term. So that is true. The one thing that I find the most successful people that I know have is delayed gratification. The ability to continue to push forward, not being able to see the outcome, despite how they may feel about it, they keep pushing forward because they have a belief that this will succeed. And even if it fails, it's better than the idea of not knowing, right? So to me, that's the biggest thing, delayed gratification. What do you think about that, Jason? That's the only thing to me that really separates.
Well, we always think that, even when others see success, that it's still not successful in our eyes, right? Like we think like, okay, we did it. We got first prize. But then all of a sudden we're like, but did we? Right. So I think like we're always on a mission to better ourselves, and continue on that journey. And that's why people always say it's the victories in the process, right? Just going through that journey.
It's science
of building Owwll. But if Owwll gets to 1 million users, which is like obviously the goal, right? Then what's going to happen is I'm going to move. I'm going to say, well, that was 1 million on that line, but now it's like, that's not enough people to impact. We got to get to 5 million.
Great.
5 million.
Great. So now I know you're not going to enjoy the party. You're already going to be in the hotel room thinking about how we're going to get to 10.
Of course. Right. Because when you're, again, just so excited about something or passionate about something, right? Like it's not about the money then. I think that's where that shift occurs.
So
right?
the reason why I said it was science, and I'm sure you already know this, Jason, but I got to share with the audience in case they don't know. Did you know this about the brain? So you know how they always say it's like, it's not about the destination, it's the journey. Yeah. So did you know that your dopamine levels are actually the highest, not when you take the drug, not when the drug is starting to like process in your body. Your dopamine levels, your happy hormones are actually the highest right before or in the anticipation of receiving the drug. Think about that. The brain is already reacting to the drug before it's even hit your tongue. But what does that say about the journey to success? Our dopamine levels are the highest while we're on the path to success, not when we succeed. So literally, from a chemical perspective, if you are chasing a destination, you will lose. Because the best part of this is while you're getting there, what Jason is doing right now, that is when his brain will feel the happiest. Not when he gets to 1 million, because now it's like, I got 1 million. And now what's next? My life has kind of lost its purpose a little bit. I got to reset. But what do you think of that, Jason?
Isn't
that crazy?
I see it all the time, right? Because of all the businesses I operate, right? One in financial.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah.
Right? I could speak to it from financial service side, right? I deal with a lot of retirees, 60 to 80 years old, right? Then I see
that's true.
The shrimp tank, right?
Yeah.
I've been fortunate to interview over 300 very successful entrepreneurs, right? So I see it from that aspect. And a common theme is when you're starting your business, you have this goal in mind that other people plant in your head. You got to exit and get that money, right? And then you're going to be happy. And guess what? And I'm excited actually talking about this because the next LinkedIn creator actually went through this exact cycle and he's going to speak to it. Darren Mass, right? And what ends up happening is, your fulfillment was with the process and what you were doing day in and day out, right? Coming to work, sitting in traffic, even though you're bitching, you're sitting in traffic bitching while listening to a podcast.
Yep.
Right. It's just like, that's just cool to go through like your typical commute and just that typical day where you get to the office and like, you have different fires you have to put out. But when there's no fires to put out and you're home and you don't have to wake up and get to the office and talk to other people around you, all of a sudden you lose it, right? You watch too much TV, you watch too much social media, and we see a typical pattern. People go back to work, and then most people are like, why would you go back to work? You have millions in the bank. was freaking boring, right? That was your energy. That was your high. That was your drug, right? So I see it from financial services, the shrimp tank, podcast, interviewing all these entrepreneurs is, you know, what keeps you happy and continuing on that pattern is pretty much just, you know, having goals and doing things with other humans. It could be pickleball, it could be going to sporting events. It's just like when you have community around you, you stay happier and you don't look back in your life, you know, saying, oh, I you know, I had these periods of my life where, you know, you just kind of lose it because, you know, you just kind of took other people's advice, which is be exiting and sitting on a pile of cash. And a pile of cash, you know, it helps you, but eventually, you know, it doesn't do that much when you have no one to share it with.
You inspired a thought that I had, and it had to do with when you were talking about like when you're in your process and what have you. I think something that's really important, and for all of you that are looking for ways to elevate yourselves, is going beyond the job description. Yep. Being a business owner, I didn't realize how important that is and how much it separates you. The guy that says, I will drive to you, I will do this, I'll do it for free, or I'll take a shot. That's the difference between a business owner and an employee. Is the ones that do everything outside of the details on an SOP. Is the ones that go that extra mile, they do that extra thing. It's all that stuff that's not on your job description that will separate you as a business owner, as an executive, and even as an employee if you step it up. What do you think about that, Jason?
Well, we're going to call someone in on that exact topic.
Going beyond the job description.
This element of the show, like I said, we're going to make a lot.
Oh, is this guy ever?
And this will be our last call-in segment because LinkedIn only allows 4 hours. To
all right, but I gotta.
So this will be our last 10 minutes, and then we're going to cut right at 1 o'clock EST.
Mr. Palmer and Jason, what's up, brother?
We have
the best for last. Yeah,
we have bottled electricity right here. This man, I'm going to say it. He is electrifying.
And he's a counselor, so he could talk to the drugs and everything.
Oh, yeah, but he goes deep. He goes deep.
Yeah, you start things out. Tell us, you know, tell our audience who you are.
EA here, man. I am actually in the West Coast, on the West Coast at the moment, and I'm doing a lot of work in the recovery space. Recovery is a mindset. It has nothing to do with drugs.
Oh, aren't you right, dude? We could get deep into this one, man.
I'm telling you,
he's going to be calling you 1 to 9 a.m. in the morning.
Oh,
he might even come on frame.
That'll be a therapy
in the middle of the
session.
night. Jonathan could bring you on frame.
That's a therapy session right there.
Yeah, let's have a therapy session tonight at 10 p.m. my time. I'm in the West Coast. So
definitely. Hey, dude, whenever you want. You know, I'll take you at any time. But yeah,
get it.
That's part 5 of this stream.
But what was important for us to talk about is people that go beyond the job description, the people that go above and beyond. And like EA was one of the first guys that I thought of, because this is a guy that I learned about a little more than a year ago. Kind of came from nowhere, but effort. People that put in the reps, I mean, like this guy flew out to us. He was at Podfest.
He was at Podfest. He's come on the Owwll podcast. He's a go-getter. He's probably third with most outbound calls. I think it's like Chella, Cassandra, then him. But yeah, he's in the top 5.
And this isn't like a LinkedIn influencer. This isn't a guy that's been on social media that I was exposed to over the last few years, and now I can't keep his name out of the mouth when it talks about Owwll. So to me, it's like that is evidence, that is proof that if you will succeed.
Absolutely.
Like that. Yeah.
Absolutely. Al is a game changer. I'm telling you, it's like networking at its finest. Like for sure. Like I make it a point to call everybody on
see?
I'm making it a point just because that's where.
But share testimonials, because you know everyone says too good to be true. Right, like I'm sticking to TikTok because I could go viral, hit the lottery.
They're the people that said LinkedIn. Oh, and content on LinkedIn in 2017. That's not for that.
Speak to like real opportunities. Yeah, like what has come from some of these phone calls?
Man, I have been all across the country because of this app. I've met some great, like-minded people, and it's all about networking. It's really about networking. So for me, once I get a call in, man, my next thing I have like a 3-part process, like 2 calls, and then the next thing is a trip. So I've been to Florida. I've been to Florida a few times. I've been to Atlanta. I've been to Las Vegas. I've been to LA. Oh my God, I've been to
So
Texas.
speak to how it all, but it started where you came to Podfest, right? You
Yep.
the ripple
Started
effect is
at
where I'm going with this, and then all of a sudden you went to Podcast Movement, and now you're going to a new one right in DC. So kind of explain that it could start with a 10-minute call, and then the ripple effect, and how you've seen that ripple. Can you kind of share to that?
Oh my goodness, it's been amazing ride so far. So one call turns into, oh, well, you should call this person. And then when you call that person opportunity central, right?
Absolutely.
So that's the power of the app. Like, we are a networking community and we support each other. So if you know somebody like me, I'm a counselor. So I don't do any counseling on the app, but I meet people. I'm able to talk to you, set it up, and then if it's counseling related, we can take it off the app and do what we do. But it's just been a great ride so far. I'm looking forward to 10 o'clock tonight, my time. So if you're listening now, be back at 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. Eastern time. I'm telling you, it's going to be a party like no other. Okay?
1 to 7 in the morning, anything goes, right? Jonathan's got full control. I'm going to go to sleep. And pretty much we need to keep Jonathan up from 1 to 7. So we need people like you to come into the frame, right? He could send you a StreamYard link and bring you onto the video like you saw with Sam.
Yeah.
And pretty much, you guys take inbound calls on Owwll.
Well, Jonathan, we need some pretty women at that.
Well, you're gonna have to help Jonathan because he just ran to the bathroom because he's on his first or second Celsius now. So he needs a break. So he needs a co-host with him throughout the middle of the night to keep him going, of course. So ask me a question about anything under the sun, right? This 2-hour segment, I'm technically, the guest, in the studio. Oh, and we lost them. We are seeing some drops because we are streaming to like 10 accounts right now. And when we stream to this many accounts and this phone's connected, we run into some issues. Okay. We're going to try to get EA back on a call real quick. Let's give him a ring again. Do. And everybody listening out there, when it comes to Owwll calls, we recommend using cellular signal. That tends to be the best. Sometimes on Wi-Fi, it could be spotty. And of course, we need a bit more strength on cellular data because in-app phone calls. So always remember that. And Jonathan is back. He is back with Pollo Tropical, the famous. We're calling EA back. We lost EA. We were mid-sentence, and we lost him. So I need you back to kind of talk with me for a little bit while we're waiting for some more people to jump on Owwll.
Let's do this.
That smells good.
Was
that Uber Eats or was that Ellie?
No, we have the staff that's taking care of lunch for us, which is fantastic.
Producer.
Wait, did they buy you lunch?
I Monday, we're talking about, me for a second and just, staying healthy.
We've noticed that Jason's gotten a lot leaner lately.
It's simple. It's like I don't like to go into food coma Monday through Friday. I don't get enough done. So I really stick to eating healthy Monday through Friday in the office, and it's simple. No bread and no pasta, right?
No bread.
You don't eat those two things and you keep it to more chicken.
What's the mix that you do? You have it's like a tuna salad.
I go to Trader Joe's. I just get chicken and cottage cheese, a little rice cracker, throw it on there.
Yeah. Like some good macros.
It
doesn't have to be
seeds on there, right?
Yeah.
Some pepper, and you can get some dressings that are healthy. And then before you know it, you got a healthy meal.
What I always tell people, it's like a fist. Like whatever your meal size is, you could do 6 fists a day. And then that's it. Easy way to track your numbers, keep your calories down. So EA will jump in with us a little bit later and we will go way deep with him because he's a guy that understands putting in the reps, which is very important. And for those of you that are joining us now, I know that we're about at 1 o'clock coming up. This is a 24-hour podcast, and we're going to help you build your business from scratch, idea all the way to sales. So just to kind of review some of the things that we've been talking about lately is we've gotten into putting in effort, that there really aren't any secrets to this entire process of marketing and branding and generating clients. No real secrets. It's a lot of simple things, but it's a lot of consistent things done over time. And it is that life. You work out. There's no magic workout. You have to work out every day or most days, right? There's no magic diet. You just have to eat good food most days, right? And it's the same with this. They're basic behaviors. They're basic tasks that we do daily that put us in a position to succeed. There's no one viral post that's going to get you all the business you ever need. Why do you think I'm here again? Obviously, I have to keep doing these things to keep my business alive like everybody else, right? And that's why we do it. So
what we're going to do is we're going to have Ellie shift with me. Ellie, come on in. And what we're going to do is we only have 6 minutes before our stream will actually cut.
Okay,
right?
we're going to be
right at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
What we're going to do is she's going to take my spot. I'm going to produce the show, and we're going to swap because Darren's going to come in right around 1 o'clock.
Oh, there we go.
So we're going to get things kind of set up. So I'm going to go offline on your profile, and then 45 minutes, you and Darren will be chatting.
Let's do it.
Okay, but for the time being, I'm gonna let Ellie.
We can have Manny join us as well. Yeah. Manny, take a note. Oh no, you there? Yeah, that's better. So we got Ellie back, and we got Manav, who is making his big debut. So let me tell you a little bit about these two. Since we're having a little change in atmosphere and changing, not atmosphere, but changing characters. Changing the characters right now. So we got the characters changed. So as always, like me and Ellie have this theory that there's only like 25 people on the earth right now. She's nervous. She doesn't want to admit it. It's more me talking at her than her admitting. But yeah, we think there's only about 25 people on Earth right now. The rest are NPCs. But that's a conversation for a little bit.
Not the NPCs from earlier. Different NPCs.
Different. Well, yeah, they're different. And then over here we have our new guest. So go ahead, introduce yourselves, and then I'm going to talk about a little bit about what we've all been doing together, and then we'll get into our guest that's going to be joining us shortly. So dive in.
Hey guys, my name is Manav Kohli. You guys can call me Manny. I'm an outside sales expert, and I am the human icebreaker. So I'm here with John and Ellie, and we're here to talk about basically cold calling and approaching. So I do B2B sales on the distribution side, wholesale. So I sell building materials, more specifically cabinetry. I do multi-unit projects. I do kitchen remodels. I have a design team behind me, and I work with some really nice manufacturers.
Yeah, and to me, and the reason why I wanted to feature him so much is because we all know that sales is the lifeblood of any business. If you think you have a problem, sales solves almost all of them. Unless it's like a culture problem and you have that one toxic sales bro that everybody hates, but man, that guy puts a lot of food on the table too, doesn't he? So sales is imperative, but a lot of people and it's a theme that we keep talking about today is a lot of people maybe have a little bit of shame. They have a little bit of an obstacle or challenge approaching people and asking for the business. But Manny, what I want to get from you specifically is, having gotten to know you, you're great at creating that human connection with people, but how can we do that faster? Because the faster that you can create a connection with somebody and you can reach them at the heart of like what they're going through, the faster you can convert them. So is there anything that you've learned through your process that helps you create that connection with people faster?
Well, John, it's interesting you asked that because I actually started off in inside sales on inbound and outbound calls, which is usually qualified. What do I mean by that is depending on the organization you're working with and your marketing team, the clients basically identified, exactly what you're going to be working on. And basically you have to ask the right questions. How can you find a solution for them? And never be afraid to ask for the sale. Ever, John.
Get lean specifically in that. Never be ashamed to ask for the sale. What do you mean by
never ask? Never be afraid to ask. Would you like to do business? Would you like? Is this something that resonated with you? Never ask. I just wanted to follow up when you're actually following up with people. You don't want to do that.
Right.
You never want to do that. It seems desperate. You never want to show a sense of desperation to anybody.
Right.
When you're first starting out, it is difficult. It is difficult. I'm not going to lie. But you know what? Everybody sells, whether it is an attorney starting their own practice, whether it's a doctor starting their own practice,
Whether you're going on a date,
you're
whatever it
always
is,
selling.
you're always selling yourself.
You're always selling yourself, and you have to have that confidence. So as you were talking about earlier, making that connection, right? So right now, what I've been doing the last 6 years is I've been moving to different territories for I'm an independent agent, so I'm basically what they call an outside sales mercenary.
Yeah, like the mercenary thing.
Well, we're
and
all-
we have to get into your history as a loan shark because I know that'll be an exciting topic.
We're in
This-
South Florida here. There's a bunch of brokers there selling high cost capital, merchant cash advances, SBA loans in the more private area.
Hey,
that
there we
being
go.
said,
So I need to direct this over to Ellie now for a second. Ellie is one of the most skeptical people I've ever met. So what I'm wondering for Ellie is, what does it take for you to become interested in a piece of content, or to get to the point that you would trust somebody enough to reach out to them? Because of the reason why I want to ask this is because you're such a resistant person when it comes to an offer. I would love to hear what it takes for you to trust something or someone.
Depending on the offer, I mean, actions always speak louder than words. So,
What would you want to see from a great offer to buy something?
Results.
Results.
I'd want to know, what are you going to guarantees? What can you guarantee? I've seen marketing program after marketing program of you putting all this money in, and there's just, we can try, but no guarantees. And it's almost as if, they're just experimenting with you as well, and it's not enough value. And then I've seen ones that promise guarantees and don't give you. So guarantees.
I love what you just said.
Reviews are key, right? Like reviews, action, authentic guarantees, just someone's whole energy too. Are they listening to actually what you're saying, or are they just trying to sell you? Are they just talking over you? Are they just trying to get their point across, or are they actually really, really seeing where you're coming from and listening to your needs?
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And I think more people need to kind of like recognize that. Okay. Got it. Okay. Yep. Got it. So we are going to be, are we taking the break right now? Right. We're going to be doing a big switcheroony right now.
And one last thing, I just wanted to.
Yeah,
we're good.
We're going to be switched.
Okay.
Keep tuning in. 1 more minute. Part two. LinkedIn.
Do we have did we drop a link to part 2 so people can easily find it? It is right there, guys. So you don't have to run far, but you're going to have to leave here because this is about to end. This is something that we discovered the first time we did a 24-hour podcast. Apparently, LinkedIn cuts the feed at 4 hours. So for all of those of you that aspire to do something this stupid, just know you got to find a different host every 4 hours. So